けば気づけた今日が今日でないことここがあの続きとは違うことこの先の未来すら神様の筋書きでしょうか晴れ間を指でなぞった溢れた空間がありがちな雨の匂いを呼び込んでねきっと答えだってこんな両手じゃ溢れてしまうのに逆さまの時計は右回りのまま今日を残したしぼりもない夢何回としたって目をこすれば笑えない僕たちは明日を遮るような霧雨に濡れて大事なものに間違っていくんだすれ違う君の傘を探してみないぜ忘れかけた言葉を手繰り寄せる毎日は数の合わないパズルみたいだ今の僕の心は君を探してるからそれは君の心を見つけられずにいるってことなんだってどうやって伝えたらいい涙はどうやって拭いたらいい君の指先じゃなくちゃ何一つ生まれないのにな世界から君を綱弾きにしていくもう一度読み返す君がどこか遠くへ行かないように夢じゃないならどうか覚めないでくださいこんな世界と泣かないでお願い目に焼き付いている君があの日なくした青い空へ明日を遮るような霧雨に濡れて大事なものに間違っていくんだすれ違う君の傘を探してみないぜ
Hello, 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 hello. Good morning. Good morning, Ohio. Well, it's not morning anymore. It was morning. At some point in time. What's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? Tinggi takamako. Hey, Sakir. Morning, Zach. Let me see Discord real quick. We're here. More Apex. Wow. Morning, Delta. I'm doing good. How are you guys? What's up, Astro? Morning, Arling. Morning, Sacco. What's up, Shiro? What's up, Lily? What's up, Lux? What's up, everyone? Let's do a little warm up. Epe Matsuri. Is Epe Matsuri today? When is Epe Matsuri? I'm down to watch it. Just for Steve. Oh, it's now. Fuck. What's up, Kura? Really, is it right now? Why did I know that it was today? Who's playing in Epe Matsuri? How long is it already going or? It's been like 2 hours in, really? Fuck. I didn't know it was happening. Which channel is it on YouTube? Fast Life. Oh, it's here. Am I allowed to restream? How many games are left? How many games left? Three in one solo match. We can watch. But I told Manda I would play Apex with him. Alasahi. Do I need permission? I don't know. Maybe. Do I? Yeah, there. Hi, GT. Do I need permission? Does it say anywhere? Oh, it's on Twitch? Oh, it's on Twitch. Why am I not following him? Mizu. Sophie. I use dual PC setup, no need to know. Q. 9 kill points. この後、キルポイント2倍になる最終マッチに望みを託すことができるのかという争いです。トップを現状走りますのは確実に豊幸男。さあこのチームがまた上位に名を連ねるのか、あるいは Sadly we can't watch this entire thing because I told the boys I'm gonna play rank, guys. Sad. I didn't know it was today, man. Fuck. Sabaki. 外伝も多くありましたエペ祭りですが、今回は練習を挟んだエペ祭り3回目ということになります。さあ残すは2試合、第5マッチ見てまいりましょう。
This tournament is called Epematsuri. It's like a Japanese Apex. It's called Apex Festival. Literally, it's called Apex Festival. It's just a bunch of pro players mixed with content creators and VTubers and stuff. Like you have Nazuna and Hinano here. You see Pinky here. He's a pro player. Handy, you know. Bob Sapame, Chi-chan. Stylish Noob, like, you know, Hammer Drill, Yufuna, Tieru, like, there's a bunch of people there. It's like Twitch Rivals? Like, yeah, kinda. Kinda. It's kinda like the Crazy Raccoon Cup. If you ever watched Crazy Raccoon Cup? Or like Shibuya House tournaments, if you ever watched any of Shibuya House tournaments? That being said, the V Psycho is getting really close. I'm pretty sure it's in April. No, Kura. I haven't had problems with it at all. Good morning, Bayman. Can't believe it's almost March. Yeah, actually, me too. It's fucking fast, but I'm happy because, you know, the faster the time flows, the faster I get to show you guys everything I got done for the debut, which I got a lot of things done.
Shut the fuck up!
Cage, thank you for 5 months. Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back. Appreciate you. I got so much stuff planned for the debut. It's gonna be crazy. So I'm just hoping the time passes even faster. There's also gonna be a big event after my debut. There's gonna be a big like event happening, like a collab event. Holy shit, I'm dying. 1 second, I have a phone call. 5位ウイルスバスターズ、4位ヒカキンの車、3位飯田シリッペ、2位アット1、そして1位大きく差をつけました豊幸男チームです。強いですね。2位から3位は2ポイント差、まあその下もまだまだ逆転を狙えていくというチームが並んでいますが、やはりこの第5マッチ結果以下で最終につながるかどうかと。そうですね。ローバも積んで、ローバってバルキリーも積んでないのに、高順位ずっとキープできてるのは本当に IGL がすごいって確かにここでまた高順位出してきて、これ戦闘起こりますね。アーマー強いから戦闘しっかり入れてますね。これおそらくやっていますね。仕掛けています。花房の姿が確認できている。対しては奈良香です。先にナチーズと V スポーですかね。抜けてった。抜けてきましたね。さあこちらはコナチーズ。先ほど途中から結城千尋が単独でね、配動するしかないというシチュエーションもありました。さあ、現状3位を走るこのチームです。I'm back. Had a phone call. There's a package coming in from UPS. What the fuck is coming from UPS? What the fuck? Is that money? What do I have to pay? I don't have any money. Like I don't have any cash. What do I have to pay? It's me, Pecora. My iPhone holder is already here. Like my iPhone holder and all that is already here. Man, I bought a 3-meter cable for charging the phone. Oh, it's またやってますかハンマードリル。負けてますね。さあフェニキはいける。それ負けて強いですねこれ。俺今詰められて死ぬのかと思ったらバレてなかった。バレてなかった。But I missed. Still 20 squads, so I missed nothing. Okay. さ
さあ幻獣祭がちょっとやはり厳しい状況が続いています。
カメラに入れましたね。これ味方の位置まで引ければ。
こ
Oh,
ちらははいマミエルーが
stylish noob.
壊滅
無理や。
ウイルスバスターズ
Weirus Buster sounds like worse virus bastards.
さあ室内戦です。幻獣祭引き続き苦しい状況が続いています。
みんなクルクラスター。これは
おはよ
う。結構みんなイケイケっ
お
すね
ばんで。
やってますね。やはりこの第5マッチちょっと流れが変わりました。さあこちらウイルスバスターズ太陽がちょっとヘイトを集めています。
Oh no, they're dead. There's no way you can get this off, Tayo. No way.
そりゃ
There's no way.
からげちおじさん見事獲得です。
Oh, everything's going
幻
down.
獣祭もきなこも単独での出発ということになります。
結構荒れてきましたね。今回は
ました
ね。
ね。
アスパラ2班
まあでもいやー、そしてここまだ玉が来る。やはり
いやー
この時間帯のファイトはちょっと嫌な思い出しかない。
繁盛が血のインクをぶちまけていく。
ダイブしてますね。
ここも取っていきます。
やっぱりこの時間のファイトは結構誰も幸せにならないこと多いっすね。
大きいのはこれアスパラ2班チームいいんじゃないですかね。
そうですね。今のままキルを重ねて。
Tayo's Overwatch Pro. Is he currently still an Overwatch Pro? Or is it ex Overwatch Pro?
ビップが打ちましたからげち。
I didn't even know
でこれはポータルで抜けた。
that Japan had an Overwatch team, like a league team. Do they have a league team? Habler. Tayo retired. Played in the US.
おやおや。
I played for anything.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. But we need men.
Need men?
Yeah.
いるから。
いるんですよね。
いや、
あ、いなくなってる。
引いてますね。
あ、うまい。
You
い
can
や
just type here, I guess.
全ては来ないんで、ここ仕切って回収してれば全然できると思います。
Hey,
なんとか撤退は叶うかどうか。
そうですね、ピンク選手が独上手放せみはほぼないので、
なるほどなるほど。
そしてちょっと粘れてない
You can just do it if you want.
ソラルが
でも金の落としてますね。
I don't mind. We also get the fucking third, you know?
あ、やっちゃったな今。
Dude, this mic is so weird.
場所悪かったのかな。
I don't understand.
どうやら負けるソラルということになります。まだまだアパレルチャンスある。
ブラハがいないので、ちょっと情報のアドバンテージ取れないですね。これ集めてくるとちょっと怖いですね。ここは。
残りは18部隊50名となっています。さあ、こちらは
I'm back.
金の車。
What's up?
ね
sorry, I was in the living room. Do you have anyone?
No.
さあ、パパって呼べない状況です。現
Yeah, I don't know.
在残り2人になっていました。
And Tashin is probably not gonna be up again.
同じ位置で詰めてきます。
いや、いい CM。
I don't know when you went to sleep.
を落としまして。
Chad, do you guys know?
いや、スパラ2班がいい感じ。上から落ちてきた。ここもしっかりと見ている繁盛です。
この先にはピンキーがいると。
うん。さあ、
えい
どっちどうだ
Do we go fuck or not?
No clue. Sick.
ここは絶対救護欲しいでしょうね。
Look for one, I guess.
さあ、室内に入って行きます。ユフナは逃げる逃げる。
Let's see.
せめてプレイスメントを取りに行くと、そんな流れになっています。
あ、もう必然的に下位グループはもうこの段階からすでにキルループしないと
Streaming, I think.
上が狙えない目がなくなってる。
ここでフルポチャンピオンで9の12なんで21ポイントなんで、まあそこ取らないとちょっと今注意感じは難しいかなって気がしますね。
さあ、そして注目の的であります豊幸男。紫山3人という状況、方々にテルミットを放っていくのが幸男です。
いいな入った。
筋肉ウィングマン、しっかり当てていきます。
You can probably get me up here, Octane, actually.
ソロバトロは1位の実力をしっかりと見せつけていきますが、ここもちょっと乱戦模様というところで
待ってますね。
Zippet's playing with his team in 5 minutes. Fucking hell.
ここは3方分かれていく形になりました。
挟まれるのを回避と。
まだまだ18部隊が残っています。第5マッチです。ソッカーチームも追い込まれています。ドームを挟んでラッター、さあスーパーマカフェラリー状態となれるのかどうなんだ。
Fucking do, I don't know.
ドーム入ってしまったので、敵がドーム入ってるとちょっと難しい場所ではありますね。
ソラルがもう一度前に出ていきます。テルミットを入れてカービンに構える。
頭一個星取れたんでこれ結構強いですね。
中距離での打ち合いです。どちらも負けていません。
ソラさんがショットガン持ってないので、なんとか近距離を落としきれれば、逃げてきましたね。
ドーム向こうですが、追ってい
You mean about it?
外にベスパいますね。
出ていったところには
Yo, what's up?
We
I
do
was trying
or
to
what?
figure out. Yeah, I do.
I guess. I don't have anyone.
刺さる。
Fuck.
I was about to say, why the fuck is there two people called SC? Who's Scars Mandy? Who the fuck is this? Imposter. Oh, it's me. Why am I on my own friends list?
Wait, what? I only got one.
Shut the fuck up!
Lindsay
Thank you for
just
6 months, Lindsay.
resubscribed for 6 months.
Yeah, don't have a fucking third, man. Life's great. Yeah, I got unready. Alright, chat. I'm gonna put Epe Matsuri on, and I'm gonna go get my food. Be back.
このチームは確実にもうガリガリこのキルムーブしないといけないし、キルムーブしたい人だから。
そうですね。ヒカキンさんのチームは、ヒカキンの車チームは案外上位に残ってるので、ここはなんとか生き延びたいって感じですね。
ただヒカキンというエンジンを失ってここからポジションを上げていくことができるか。
さあここからさらに我慢比べが始まります
ですね。いやしかしソッカーチームよく粘っていますね。
粘ってますね。
もうちょっと荒れると思ったらまずもう18チーム維持される。
そうですね。アンチ的に結構建物多いんで、
決まりづらい。
そうですね。
Nice. Let's go, baby.
プッシュしていく。
So I didn't hear you again. I was fucking getting my food. What'd you say?
I said, Pog.
Oh, maybe Haki's on display.
変動失敗です。
Ask him.
さあそして音を聞きつけて豊か幸男がやってくる。これはどうだ。イオリモエが幸男に取り切られます。
許せねえ。
許せねえですね。さあ幸男がイオリモエを取り切ってしまった。くるみのはどうだ。ここでヒカキンの久留米が瓦解。交通事故発生。
すごいピン刺してる。
左に寄り切りましたね。これどこ
ハンマードリルです。惜しい。もう大乱闘がごとく無敵状態のプレーを見せています。
まあ下上がれないんで追いたくはない。いや追いますね。
行きますね。
行くんですね。
さあ全てを破壊するぞハンマードリルが。いや
いいエイム。
いやお見事。
Holy shit, dude.
車の左側を通って
It's wallpaper engine. Holy shit.
Are you using it?
Yeah, I'm using wallpaper engine. Dude, I just found fucking crazy wallpaper gone from Hunter.
I have a wallpaper as well, but I have it so it like turns off when I tab in. Like in a game. Because it eats RPS.
これなんとかハマドリスここの渋谷ハリスをキルして順位とキルパー上げたいところですね。
確かに順位も同時に上がるからな。
上がりますね本当に。
あ、いるいる。
消滅始まりましたね急に。急に今も始まりました。
How do you do that? Is that like a setting?
Yeah, there's options. They're like doesn't work in background.
いや全然ここはあれか。バルキリーがいるんで全然大丈夫です。
Oh.
さあ一人消滅状態になりましたハンマードリル。
Otherwise it would fucking fuck up your FPS really hard.
移動。あ、諦めた。
Hey, so like I'm watching Epe Matsuri and eating. Right now. Then we play ranked.
この位置ですがフラットライン。
いやただし相手はウィングマンなのはちょっと怖いですねこれ。あただここでコク切るとそれを。
Holy shit!
謎の声が出ました。裏の敵をしっかりと落としましたハンマードリルです。
回収しても起こす場所がないですかねこれは多分。まあ一応回収して、まあ最後のどさくさせを狙うと感じですかね。
Where do you use that option?
It's somewhere in the options in the wallpaper engine.
Settings?
In settings, yeah.
Other applications. Other applications. Wait, what's that? Playback? Is that pause all or what?
Wait, settings. Then you go general.
Performance. Yeah?
And then
いやただ上つられましたね。
ちょっと追い切ることはできませんでした。大江の高
What
之
the
が
fuck
落
is
ちて残りは14部隊です。
いやただこれベンツパーティーの車線がただ一人落ちてますね。
坂が行きます。織田信が落ちています。河川かなり
is
前
it
に来ています
performance? Oh yeah, performance playback.
さんがジブになってますね。
ですね。
Yeah. And then what?
And then
Pause hold?
I have it keep running. Then pause
Yeah.
per monitor. Then stop free memory. Then keep running. Then stop free memory.
そうですね。そして雪男チームが釈の背面。
So when I tap in, it
こ
stops
れ
for
を
what?
見ているのは
Yeah, when you like tap into a game, if you have two monitors, you will see that on your left monitor. It will be gone.
さあこちらワット1現在山月赤浜。
地域選手の選手落としてますね。あと
Oh, okay, I see. That's Pog.
What's that? Yeah, it saves frames. It's good.
Holy shit, it's sexy, dude. A new wallpaper.
What'd you get?
Shinizu. He's crazy.
よくあるんだよな、バルキリーやってる時に。
Is that from Demon Slayer?
作ろうとするんですが。
いやリスポーンビーコン持ってますよ。
It's fucking good anime character, dude.
I haven't watched it yet.
帰ってきますね。おそらく。
Oh.
これもあるんで、これ目的
Both
を
seasons.
すればいけません。ただ詰めてきそうですね。ワンパン
You have to. It's really good.
It's almost done, right?
Oh yeah, the last episode was not that long ago.
Ah, I was waiting for it to finish so I can just watch everything in one go.
Yeah, but like it's not done. There's plenty of arcs coming out.
Yeah, I'm just
But
talking
like, it's
about
like in 2 years.
I'm talking about like this season. Because I was gonna watch it, the first and second season together. So I didn't watch the first one.
Do it. It's crazy.
I heard it has like the best animation.
It's so like it's dude. It's so well made.
Yeah?
It's so well made. Like it's visually pleasing to look at. Especially season 2. They really upped their game.
Yeah, my friend, who's like a big anime watcher,
Yeah.
bigger than me, said that he Demon Slayer season 1 the best action animation he's ever seen.
I think season 2 is better.
Maybe, but that was back when before season 2 came out.
Oh yeah, it's very good. Season 2 is definitely better, I think. Season 2 is definitely better. Season 2 is beautiful.
I'm gonna watch it because I'm interested in the animation.
The animation is nice too. I like it.
I heard the story is not that good though.
The story is not good?
Yeah.
What?
I heard people say it's not that good.
What?
Come on, Karadin. Like the story itself.
That's so weird.
Yeah, someone in my chat just said, hot take, the animation is better than the story.
The animation is crazy. I don't feel like the story is bad, but it's not the best story I've ever seen. It's not like AOT type shit, you know? AOT's story is fucking insane.
Yeah, people say it's mid-story, but good animation.
I think it's, I don't know. I feel like people say that because the animation is so good compared to this, like, the story's not bad. I don't know.
I mean, it's shonen, how bad can it be if they fight each other and shit, like...
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people don't like shonen anime.
Yeah, I don't know why. I like shonen. I mean, you have to be in the mood for shonen, though.
I only watch shonen, though.
I watch all kinds, but...
Already coming to me.
If you watch too much shonen, it gets boring after a while.
I like shonen.
What about white on the bottom? He's got a massive ego, that guy. Below here?
Yeah, the fucking,
I'm going for blues below.
Yo,
He's above me, I'm going for him. You're on the other side, huh?
Fine.
Bye bye, Sophie. They're on the roof.
Oh, I accidentally was about to leave right there.
What do you mean leave? The game?
Yeah.
What?
And I was trying to open settings, but I accidentally pressed leave match.
Oh god. Well, I think it gives you like 2 windows before you can leave. These guys are massive pussies. They're just can't.
Find me!
Is that a different team? Yep.
120. Fuck.
Ash, fucking 90 owner.
Burning one.
Oh, they're on the roof, they're on the roof. We're getting pushed from both sides, I think.
Right one. Holy shit, he's
on
burning.
my door, on my door.
Go downstairs. Go downstairs.
They're gonna fight each other, we can win this.
Shit, bomber.
Are they gonna fight each other? I hope so.
Dude. As long as you keep trolling.
You almost got finished. Holy shit. I'm gonna go mid. Top mid.
Yeah, good.
So we can third party.
They're resing, I think.
Armor shot purple, 45 purple in the blood.
Low.
I can't hit him.
What?
No way, dude. I'm popping dog.
Knock.
Knocked another one. Dude, I have like 3 plates in front of me. I can't aim.
Dude, how did that not hit that shot?
I'm like,
you ever shoot somebody? We're like, that definitely hit.
Yeah, every whole time.
No, I'm not talking about like, we're like, oh, like, you know, but like, we're 100% sure that hit.
Yeah, and you hear the sound and everything. You see the bullet enter him.
I don't know what the fuck.
Dude, I'm fucking I'm like a massive ball of fries in my face. I can't aim properly.
Ball of fries?
Yeah, made fries in the air fryer.
I'll take. Fries are fucking ass, dude.
Which fries?
Just fries. French fries.
You don't like fries?
They're boring.
I don't eat
fries.
them.
Fries get boring. You only eat them because you feel like you have to eat something.
I think if the fries are good, they can be really good, but I don't eat them often at all. I eat them very rarely.
You only eat them because they're there. Well.
I like fries. But I think fries is something you eat. You don't want to eat all the time. It's too greasy, it's too, you know, I don't know, you get bored of it really fast if you eat too much of it. If you eat it like, I don't know, once a month, then they're good.
Dude, fries is only a good main side dish. It will never be a main dish.
Say that to fucking Canada.
Yeah, that's how it is.
That being said, I like me some McDonald's fries, man. Those are busting.
They put cocaine in McDonald's fries.
I swear they do. They put some fucking drug in that shit. That salt,
they drizzle some shit on it now.
That salt, there's
that
something in
count.
it. That must be MSG or some shit, man. Those fries are a main fucking dish. I'd eat 6 of those and be happy with my life. I don't eat. I rarely eat fries with ketchup.
I like mayo more.
I don't even put mayo on them. I just do like straight up.
Just raw?
Raw, yeah. Just salt.
Damn.
I do ketchup sometimes, but ketchup can get boring pretty fast as well, man.
Damn. Not me though. I love ketchup.
You like sweet shit. Ketchup's like good, but it's also like pretty sweet, man. Well, depends on the ketchup you eat, I guess. Some ketchups are more sweet than the other.
Something I want to try is Japanese mayo.
QP mayo? I heard that shit busting, but respectfully.
I know one guy. He's got another guy.
I'm getting there. Getting bold. They wanna fight. They like hold it.
Burning one.
Almost cracked the other. Oh, what is that person? These guys are fucking all the way around.
They want 30.
He's queuing out. 30 flash at him.
I took 1,000,000 fucking damage.
I'm gonna die here. I need bubble him.
Bubble on me.
I'm batting.
I'm trying to go back. Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck this shit. Pull back. They're pushing. They're pushing. Now they're pushing. Now that they used all their fucking moves.
51 guy.
Pull back, pull back. Hey, Birdie Mindy.
Oh, they're getting third party.
Good.
Nice.
I mean like a scope.
One.
Like a 1 to 2 or 2 or whatever. Bless you.
Hang on. Holy fuck. I need that.
Fuck, there's no scopes to craft either. So you gotta find one with your own fucking arms and legs. Yeah.
That was nice.
I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna go get in zone and keep eating while you guys are coming. Nice. Hey, Spark. Sorry, I'm eating right now. Marvel. Mouth so full. You got a lot of bats? I got 0.
I was mid 4.
Oh.
I got you.
Here, take this for your troubles. My token of appreciation.
That's nice.
I need a scope still. This 301 sucks for a scope.
I have one to the timer. 131.
I feel like it's hard to find scopes on this map for some reason.
No.
Manked farming again.
Manked up mage. Manked up mage.
Manked farming. What do you mean how much till tier 2? Yeah.
Wanna get the red? I can trade for the purple.
He's asking you.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Drop it.
Are they on a drop? Are they coming for drop?
I don't know. Oh, they're low looting it.
Break the lobby loot. Ult.
I can't. Let's go over there and do it. Yeah.
I don't see it. Where's the lobby?
I got a crab there.
Here. This guy's red armor. Pathfinder. He's grappling.
Also trying to join that shit.
I just hit someone purple, but not him. Who the fuck did I hit?
Why are you shooting me?
Who the fuck did I just hit?
I don't know.
I just... What? He went left the red Pathfinder. We might be getting into some sauce here, so... 2 to 4, I guess we'll take it. Oh shit, this pop... They're okay.
Was there not a hit?
What?
Mark one.
Nice. I got a bunch of bats for us.
Right.
It's not a rat.
Right, 50, yes.
Maybe it is a rat. Behind us. I need to pop dog here so I can run. I'm Phoenixing here. We have a pad right here.
No.
You good?
There was
Yeah,
a run here. What?
Pathfinder went that way.
He's not here anymore.
Okay,
Is that a Revenant ult? Or is that a Lobo ult?
Right?
I have no idea, I was in Bloodhound mode. Do
We're
people
going for a
not
knock real quick.
carry
You know what?
scopes anymore?
It's hard to find 2 times.
We're getting naded from behind or some shit. What the fuck?
86 on the...
Let me go after fucking take.
100 on the door, broken.
This is bad because if there's people in the walls on the right, they're gonna fuck it.
I don't think they know I have a crab, by the way.
Yeah, down there, I think. How else would you peeking like a fucking maniac?
Getting shot from... See the door?
We should go up. We either fight these guys now or we go up. We're gonna get sent.
Shot inside right now.
Yeah, let's go back. Come here.
Oh my god, dude.
Saving scan for this. There's no one up here.
Yeah, I'm going.
Come up here, come here.
I just fucking naded like 17 times and they didn't go. Like, I'm pissed. They're here, running up to us.
Kill him. Also got people in our back as
I
well.
missed.
Okay, slow, okay, slow.
Yeah, that guy is dead.
Nope. Gotta chill, cause there's gonna be more. Rated
Dude,
like
who
50.
does that? Dude, that guy's so weird. Why does he walk like that?
I can stop this res.
That guy's fucking... That guy's straight for so
Stop the
weird.
res, stop the res. Dude, that guy's mom. Nice lady.
I got only cells.
I only got one bat, I can give it to him.
Yeah, no best either.
I can loot that Octane below. But I might... Yeah, they're below right now.
Do we kill one of them, maybe?
Yeah, we can kill this raid. Right here.
Right.
Fuck, man, what am I climbing?
I got on hand.
Okay, now we're stuck down below. Sick. Watch over us.
I am.
Thank you.
They're not there, right?
Fighting over there.
We should probably start this. Yeah. Knock one inside. Knock one in. Batting. I think there's knocks on each team, man.
Yeah. Fuck you. Wait, peeking behind us. It's 3-1 guy. He took it. Killed the dog. Fine.
Nice.
Dude, I didn't
Popping a crack.
There's a team behind us here. Guy behind us, I mean.
That's a duo.
No, just solo.
This popping was a crack.
Got him there.
Oh, left side, left side, left side. Going up. Zip it.
Coming up to him, coming up to him.
Go down, go down.
Trying to get some fucking light, man.
There's one guy there.
145.
Two guys.
That's two bullets.
We should kill this duo. We should kill this duo and hide with us. They're fighting.
Yeah, they find a solo.
He knocked one of them.
Inside?
Shot in fucking ass. Dude, I don't understand. I'll be honest with you. I don't understand right now.
What the fuck? Where's the solo?
One guy down here and one guy on the right.
I don't fucking know.
Below me?
Hello?
70 on the right.
Crack rate. Right here. She's cracked in the
I
corner.
can see your head, I can see your head.
I'm getting an angle on it.
Yeah, she's down here now. 25. Oh.
That fucking low bar, whatever it is. What is that, a Maggie? Almost cracked. Look at this guy behind me.
Stand up. On this bitch. I'm on it.
120 on one guy.
They might come up now. She's cracked.
One.
Okay, they cracked me, they might come up, man. Right. Or not, or they're just gonna stay down there.
Go back to the below me.
He's straight downstairs. I'm jumping him.
Fast crack.
Nice. Shall I jump down?
Wait.
Hold down. 65 on this one.
Nice. Holy shit.
Hey, now I can eat food. Finally. Oh.
Apex のチャンピオンとなりました。
Wow. Good chicken.
Good chicken?
Hmm. What turkey? I know what I mean. It's bird. What's the key to pushing a team? Damage. And a lot of it.
Hmm.
What's up, Gilter? Finish my fries.
Perfect.
Hi, honey.
Hi. Key to winning my heart is being an anime waifu.
Ahoy!
Ahoy! Are you ready, man? How long have I been in SZ? Are you new, Alex? Genuine question. We've been in Scars for a year. Before that we were in North. It's gonna be 1 year very soon now.
You know, Taishin went to sleep, but did he stream again yesterday?
I don't know.
Let me see.
If he was streaming, I was sleeping during it, so.
No, he... yeah, no, he didn't stream more after I stopped playing with him.
But when did he stop?
Not that late, like at 10 or something.
Maybe he stayed up for too long again.
Maybe. Maybe. A sec.
So many flies, man. Can we join Scars? If you're my sub, you're already on Scars. It's a contract that you signed. Fuck, be back 1 sec.
Apparently he was in Tush's chat super late.
Ooh, back. I made it in time.
He was in Tush's chat super late.
Oh. And I like how we can fucking find him just by Twitch.
No. Of course. He lives and breathes Twitch, I think.
He was spotted in Ltush's chat at 6 AM, 35 minutes. I guess he was watching Rivals.
Yeah.
I fucking slept through that shit. Fucking old man. I only have All-Star. I think they're walking up to us.
I'm down.
On the left, I heard him. Only have L-Star though. Oh, wingman. Wingman too. I see them on the other side.
I don't know what fucking...
Like on the other side. Are they crabbing there? Like, what are they doing?
You sure? Where?
Yeah, I saw a guy like literally across us
go
by
middle,
the tree.
go middle.
And I heard someone walk up close to us earlier.
You didn't loot inside. Here.
They're lobo looting. There's a purple bolt. Are they baiting us? Oh, they're down here.
Oh, they are, yeah.
Blue on the path.
Don't ask me how I didn't hit that, but...
Don't ask me how I only hit 14. I did one blue to Gibby.
Oh.
One. Shit on that guy inside. He's very low, that loba. Like 50 health. I'm stuck. Nice. Love the game.
Right, Gibby.
Gotta do some healing right here.
Let's see if I can get a heavy mag. Can.
I think they're pushing us. Yeah, they are. They're right above us.
Knocked.
Nice. You wanna scope for that shit?
Right there. Oh, that was nice. I won't kill that guy.
That pop punish is nice.
Flash.
11 flush on him. You wanna scope for your rampage or do you have one?
Alright, I'm good. I got rampage.
No, do you wanna scope for it?
Oh no, I got 1 2 down.
He went up by the way there.
I'm just very happy about it. That one clip somebody right there.
Yeah, you did so much work there. That was great.
Nice.
You're amazing for that. I think you should be praised on social media as well for that kill. Especially on social media. Maybe post it on Twitter.
Maybe.
Just one clip that guy in Pred rank.
Can't hear me. 14.
Oh, he's here.
Oh no, I fell down. And I don't have bubble.
And there's a third body.
Yeah, I know.
This is a third body. Gibby's purple.
Holy shit.
Okay, I thought we were chasing that Pathfinder, but I was actually chasing after a different Pathfinder that wasn't part of the original team.
Holy shit. Dude, I need to fucking change this monitor.
Come here, right? Ben. How I call him, right?
Right.
Arigato. I dropped my wing, man.
Man dynamo guy. I need more.
Live balloons. Oh shit, what did it look like? Wingman?
This guy needs to look out the window.
You guys want me to play Wingman? Really? But I have 2 times. I mean, you guys...
These motherfuckers are playing double charge rifle.
Nice, you wanna kill them?
Oh.
I'm gonna break that door. Oh, he's crossing to me. Oh, he scanned me. Abusing busted mechanics.
He's one shot. Where are they?
I have no idea. Our teammate smoked everything. Oh, but they do. Oh, they have some idea. They're inside the bottom of the glass.
Dude, this guy's still over here.
There's 2 guys below us.
Yeah, there's the guy's still over here.
You should drop it. I know.
I'm staying here, dude.
They're grappling for Bloodhound. I think. Yeah, they're going for him.
I'm dead. No, shoot him, he's one. He turned around and stalked me with an arc star.
I was like, why the fuck are you dead? Like, what do you mean by you're dead? I didn't know you were stuck. Then I realized I got close to you and I started getting an arc star indicator. I was like, oh, that's why I started running away from you.
I was trying to run into him, dude.
Take this.
What? Golden helmet. I like that. Can you take this? Or this?
Well, I know where the 2 times is. I already used all the uses. It's down here in this building on the bottom floor. No, wait, no, it's on the roof. It's up right above us on the roof.
Alright, cool.
Climb the roof. Yo, Kaisa, thank you for
Red
welcome back.
Man. That's so fucking wicked.
How you doing?
Cool, sick. Oh, there, I see it. Dude, I gotta change my other monitor after the game.
What's up with your mind?
I bought a new monitor, and then my old one, it keeps like turning on and off all the time.
Huh?
Yeah. Like right now it's just pitch black on my left side and I can't read anything. Now it turned on again.
Is it touching something so the touchscreen is turning on and off? Like,
no. It's always been like that ever since I got it the first day.
Really?
Yeah.
Weird. So maybe it's broken.
Yeah, I think so.
Trying to pan over my stream tonight. What are you doing tonight? How's rank? We played 1 game, we won, and now it's game 2. Hey, Mugetsu.
Wait, am I dying because I'm fat, RL? No, I'm not. Okay. I was picking up a Mentos on the floor.
No fucking way. You almost died for some Mentos, dude.
I was picking up a Mentos and it fell out and under my monitor, so I had to like grab it, dude. And I almost died because of it.
Are you doing a cover on stream? When's that gonna be? I kinda wanna watch that. No cap. Educational. Educational? I wanna watch it. No cap. When? Motherfucker said, am I dead because I'm fat? Because I'm being a fat ass? Am I being a fat ass right now?
I almost died because I acted like a fat boy, RL.
One in just.
Almost knocked one.
I'm breaking it low ball. I'm so cool for that. I'm so fucking cool. Breaking low balls.
You know what's good about the Rampage?
It never stops shooting.
You only have to hit half the bullets you normally have to do with a good weapon, you know?
Truing. I'm shitting and farting all over them. And they're doing the same to me.
That poor guy on the side here.
Yeah, that's the great. I got a fool. That's a Gibby ult on me. Hello? Gibby ult at a solo?
This guy's one shot, this guy's one shot.
I'm popping Medi.
Low was one.
Yeah, Raid was. One of them was also low.
Dude, what is this?
I wish I was Bloodhound now so I can just scan. I miss having wallhack.
I'm ready to one clip one of them.
Yeah? Oh, great. We're getting bubbled on. Yep. That was not good. You're alone for now. I'm getting terrified.
42! Why did he headshot half his bullets, dude?
Dude, the fucking lag! I hope he died to the Armster. I got third-partied by a different team in my ass, dude.
Fucking La La Land.
Fucking cringe lord you never heard of. That are double masters in 3 seasons in a row, but now they're top 40 on rank.
Shut the fuck up!
Carly's underscore
Carly's
just
thing from
resubscribed for 4 months. Hands up.
Welcome back. Good, Ramley, how are you?
Shut the fuck up!
Egesso just resubscribed
Kuro, thank you for
for
gifting just
17
tier 1.
months. Kokokuro gifted a tier 1 sub to
Shibaskin,
Egesso.
fuck yeah.
They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Split 2 starts this weekend. Did she miss the Apex gameplay? I haven't. I have not. I have not. Good night, Rosario. Thanks for watching. We still don't have anyone. People don't like us.
Shut the fuck up!
Bellwall just resubscribed for 2 months.
Yeah,
an
anonymous
user
gifting
gifted a
Bellwall
tier 1
thank
sub
you.
to Bellwall.
Mr. T is Mr. Sleep right now. He's Mr. S right now. Tashin lost to Genshin. Yeah, he is. Lost Ark I play a little bit, but the queue times are absolutely ridiculous and I don't feel like doing that. Yeah, guys, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've about zero clue about anything Genshin Impact related. About zero fucking clue. This song is fucking ass. We got the same guy from Bangalore.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I am currently setting up my other monitor.
Right.
Yeah, you know? You're like, oh, Why did you die, man? Oh.
That Kayson cosplayed as her own VTuber model. Blown raid. This is the new anniversary event.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, I didn't know if I was pulling out the right cable. I was fucking. Yeah. I was guessing. Oh my god, there's no shot.
What'd you do? Also, you're flying.
Yeah, I know. Like, it said so. My left monitor's on my right side right now.
We didn't even debut. How am I gonna cosplay?
Is there someone here? So now I don't have anything
open. Team right here. Yeah, I have no audio at all.
I have audio and shit. I just don't have I have my left monitor on my right side right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like fucking dying. Teammate's probably dead.
And it's 60 hertz here.
It's disgusting.
Oh, disgusting shit. Okay.
Oh my fucking Jesus! Where's the fucking he sucks. The raid sucks. PP, dude.
Stay down here. Wanna go up? Go up, go up.
Fucking almost killed the raid though. I feel like we could stay down and kill them maybe. They're scanning us.
That was very unlucky timing. I opened the fucking door and he got stuck by an arc.
I'm flanking, I'm flanking. Oh, he knows. Of course the blood knows. What is that? He walks in and then just turns around. What?
Oh, how are you doing? How am I hitting Shiro? How's that Shiro? My spray's on his dick.
I need to see how this bloodhound. Oh, he's just AFK now. After the fight's done, he's just AFK, staring at the floor. You fucking little twat. Holy shit. Morning, guy. I'm gonna. Yep, be right back.
That was lucky. I just opened the fucking door and he got stuck by an arc.
Wait, what is this?
Garbage. Oh my god.
Oh. Heart rate monitor. What the fuck is it open? What is this shit? Why is it broken on the sides? Hello? I guess he could have gotten squished. Looks fine. It's a fucking heart rate monitor for when you play video games.
位のチャンピオンです。
早く走り、早く打ち、早く勝つ。
Hurry up.
Oh, no,
So
I
heart
can
rate
see my
monitor
mouse.
for when we play a horror game.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up, Calvin? Yeah, I'm here. Are you here?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh.
準備はいいんだろうな。さあ、やるぞ。
Does it work? It's the same one every other streamer uses, so it should work. What is this team doing? They're fucking mostly soft.
I don't know. Did they all three land in the middle?
Yeah!
Oh my god, they're gonna be juice and loot, dude.
three pills. There's a blue down here. They're all down here. I'm going up. I cracked one, purple.
I'm taking that armor.
Yeah.
Over to Fang Farm.
There's also another blue here. Right here. Bottom floor. One's on the left outside, really far left. Walked in, purple, almost cracked. Knock, knock.
70.
One's behind the bin, white armor, blow down. That's not a blow down, but he's cracked. It's a Valkyrie. I'm fucking blind.
Can't fucking shear.
I need to swap this guy.
816. Knock two? Or did you knock one? New team.
And I'm dead during my Q. Dip. They're after you so hard. They can just leave. Where did they land? That was the quickest third party I've ever experienced in my life.
I don't know. It's better than us.
Yeah. Oh. Those guys are also better than you. Oh, your feet.
Can't do anything. Fuck, dude! Oh my god. Insta third party, dude. It's just crazy, man. You don't get to play the fucking game.
Oh. That was literally so fucking fast. We need a third, bro.
Yeah.
So we can deal with third parties.
Oh. Then.
And now I'll get water finally. Holy shit. Dude, the games are fucking quick. Finally, we didn't get the same dude. Holy shit.
倒してみろ。俺は最後まで立ってるぜ。リングは複雑ってほどじゃなくてもちょっとややこしい。
Mirage.
今の考えいけてるんじゃねえか。
Fucking kidding me, dude. Fuck my ass.
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。
まだ希望があると小さな声が聞こえるか。
What is he? D3 fucking Mirage in our team. Man, they're mute about it. What the fuck, bitch?
I like Mirage players.
Yeah, they're the best, man.
You don't know if he farms. What if he fucks, dude?
Oh, if his is he a console player? No, he wouldn't be with us. Maybe he's a controller player. Then he has
maybe.
Amazing American AM.
Maybe he's fucked. Maybe he's the best player in the world. What if he cheats? What if he's a cheater?
Amazing American Aimman 2.
He has a few points here.
So much. True.
Oh, guys. Oh, our teammate is running around with 2 P20s, one shot everyone? I didn't know it was a cheater.
Dude.
Yeah, my bad, boys. Yeah, my bad. I'll make sure to report him, dude, next time.
Thank you for 3 months.
But Mandy, you played with him for 4 hours straight. I didn't know.
Yeah, how am I supposed to know? You just met him.
Oh. Come on.
What's up, Yannick? You can get out here.
Got 2 of them?
Why are they below or?
Yeah, they are. Barate on the other team too?
You have a Mirage as well?
Yeah. Oh, that's a Caustic. Caustic down here. Is it for 40 flash?
I'm camping their zipline then. If you force them up somehow. Alright, what the fuck is happening?
This guy, I don't know.
Can I drop down?
No. Oh yeah, do it. Oh, he's going up.
Here's the thing. There's a third party behind me. Yeah, he really likes finishing my kill. Thank you. Oh, they dropped. Headshot. Oh my god, they're all fucked. Oh!
I'm there. I know Kinsey, I'm staying down here. And I'm staying on the banner.
I'm staying up here on the banner, bro. No, wait, I'm coming.
That's fine.
Oh, someone's in top mid as well. I guess I fucked up for that. Oh, you killed him. Oh, this guy's top mid, I think.
Yeah, I see. He's on balcony. Right him.
There's a new team or something. What?
No.
What is your stupid team
happening?
How many did we kill from the first team?
I don't know, I have 2 kills.
I have 2 kills as well. That has to be a new team. Take this. Stop dying.
Oh. Oh my god, the voice line! What are the odds?
What do you say? I'm on Japanese.
What?
So.
You just said he just said that you could just say you missed me. What the fuck, dude? After you said that, there's no way.
They're fighting up there, or are they faking that they're fighting? What the fuck is going on? That's 2 different bloodhounds. We're leaving. I'm turning this fucking car around, bro. I'm leaving.
I would laugh so hard if we went up here and then the full team just waiting, dude. Straight up just waiting, dude.
No, not even a full team, just 4 guys from different teams, but they're all coexisting.
Only look at us, yeah.
Good morning, Ramon. How you doing?
White.
Oh my god, I just got third-partied by a different team.
White.
Crack the raid! Knock the raid! Holy shit, I'm insane.
He's what the fuck, he's leaving? What are these guys?
Oh, it's the duo, I guess.
Yeah, but there's a team over here too.
Guess they're a duo as well. I don't fucking know, dude.
Did you kill him?
Yeah, I killed one fully, and then Octane ran away.
These mother bitches, dude.
This mother. Let's just go, dude.
Mother bitches.
Mother bitches, man.
Yeah, idiots, man.
Guess he saw him? Oh, balloon. I guess he just ballooned someone and died. We got a long way to go, so.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm just running, man. Flying on us. One guy. Right him.
Another guy. What the? I'm getting teleported from Narnia.
I'm gonna shot back now. Dude, what is that?
I'm trying to finish your. I should do better without a red dot right now. I think it's a no red dot day.
Get the fucking whip.
I gotta heal shield.
But you can't put it on yet.
I know.
Now you can.
There was a team there, by the way. Oh, there's a team there as well. Oh, kill that guy.
Here.
That's a solo. That's a solo. There's a third.
I'm fucking bubbling up here.
He's running away. Oh, it's not. It's not. It's fucking not. It's fucking not. It's 2 teams. God. Excel. That's my fucking mob. Come on, Joseph.
Dude, what is fucking happening right now?
I know, there's so much motherfuckers.
I don't understand. Dude, I physically cannot comprehend right now. Why is there full 3-man just sitting there too?
Dude, where? I guess you should have went over the highway with the car instead of the turbine. I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Dude, that's not even a zone, and there's like 4 people there. Crazy. Holy shit, dude.
Hi, Tomar. Tomo. Alright, we're fucking... Yeah, 3rd, probably.
That's fine.
Like, Mirage Diamond 3 is not gonna cut it.
Dude, he got picked off. That was lucky, dude.
Taxi here?
What?
Is Taxi here?
I don't fucking know.
I DM him. Taxi mod check. Apparently Nier Automata is getting a fucking anime.
I don't know what that is, dude. I'll be honest with you.
It's the game, Nier Automata.
I've never played that game before.
It's kind of like, I guess, like Dark Souls. I never played it, but I know
like
of
Dark
it.
Souls? Elden Ring is coming out in 2 days.
Yeah, I know. Nier Automata is kind of like, you like fight bosses and shit, I don't know. It's like, but it's like more like futuristic looking. It's really popular. I'm surprised I never heard of it. Apparently it's getting its own anime. Last time I watched an anime from okay, Taxi can play until Mendo gets on.
Okay. I'm ready now.
What was I gonna say? Last time I watched an anime, that was made under like a game was God Eater and it was fucking good. So maybe Nier Automata is gonna be good.
I'm fucking ready for Elden Ring.
Elden Ring. I never played a Souls game, so.
Oof, dude.
Yeah, I'm saving the Soul games for Sabaton. I'm gonna do all the Soul games and shit and Sekiro and everything. And Elden Ring, bro.
Did you just say you're gonna do all the games and shit in your Sabathon?
Yeah. I gotta have a lot of games to think about to play.
You know how long those playthroughs are?
Couple days per game. Depends how good you are. I'm really fucking good at the single player games, man. Beat that shit in a day and a half.
True. True. What's your name, Taxi?
Let me get on. Should be square. Just square.
Square.
Lowercase.
Let me. You wanna play NA? EU's kind of been like a third-party Fiesta. I mean, I don't mind, but
it's all dog shit. But I don't care where we play.
Okay, let me close my blinds. Be right back 1 sec.
What's up, Mandy?
What's up, Taxers? How's life, man?
It's good.
Nice, big time.
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
Dude, my dad cut down a tree that was right in front of my room. Like, it's old and like dying, so he cut it down. Now every time I open my window, I just see a massive fucking tree branch, like a gigantic one, because it's a big tree. Because he didn't fucking clean up yet.
Yeah.
Dude, chat.
Opening the game, what the fuck?
How long would it take me for
ticket.
one Dark Souls game? Probably like 2 days, right? That shit easy. Like 2 days. Max. Week my ass. Dude, you guys, who plays a single player game for 2 weeks? A week if you're good. I saw Asmon finish in like 2 or 3 days. Kuro, I have been playing games like that for years too. I'm not. It's not my first fucking hard single player game I ever played. I'm a fucking gamer since I was fucking.
I've been sitting here for 2 hours.
I've been playing video games on PlayStation since I was 2 years old, man. That's 23 years of fucking experience. I can beat fucking Dark Souls.
After I said no to so many people, it's like nice timing.
Unlucky.
I'm hungry. What should I order?
Mackie D is enough.
You can get anything now, right? I seen you've been on the McDonald's grind. You know what? I think you should go out and go fresh.
Psycho, can you fucking count?
You know?
Yeah, are you sponsored too?
No, I saw you were.
I said I've been playing games since I was 2 years old.
Dude, you are
so I said I have 23 years of experience, and he says I'm 24.
So I got a fucking wingspan.
You are weak, dude. I got a wingspan too, and I'm weak also.
Danielle made HelloFresh yesterday. I could eat that too.
What'd you make?
Glazed pork chop with potato, shit like that. I don't know.
That's nice.
Yeah. She said it was good, but she wouldn't make it again. It's just like
it's long or
other stuff that's better on their stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, pork chops are good and all, but then like, compared to other meat, they're not that good.
Yeah.
Why are you not sleeping, Ramon? I'm good.
How you guys been? Like we
chilling.
Talked for like 2 months.
Yeah,
you moved away from us, dude.
So?
You're NA now.
It's hard to talk, man. You're fucking
NA.
You're up when I'm sleeping. Can't even watch your stream anymore.
That's just cap. I put in hours.
Do you?
Unless you're sleeping 16 hours a day, you would be able to catch.
No, I've watched a little bit.
He sleeps 16 hours a day.
He sleeps more.
Oh my fucking god, I don't know how he does.
What's up, Lon?
I was trying to order from Sonic, but they canceled my order for some reason.
Sonic, what's that?
Fast food chain.
It's just another fast food chain. Their thing is like Slurpees and like slush ice drinks, stuff like that.
Oh my god, that looks North American. This food.
Heard it sucks.
Yeah. Holy shit, dude.
But there was like a McFlurry kind of thing with.
You started from
Snickers.
H2 and you have 22 years of experience to make it 24.
You can't get it here. You can only get M&Ms and Oreo, and the M&Ms taste like wax.
How can you not do 2 plus 23?
It's a L.
Green. How's American food though?
It's good. Need to go like.
No, but he doesn't have a point though.
Try something.
Wait, did you say, dude?
Cause what if I just turned 25?
The slushes.
Then the whole year of 25 doesn't count. You just started.
Is there M&Ms in the slush?
No. I said a McFlurry.
Oh, dude, it fucking looks like. Dude, this looks like there's M&Ms.
Lord, I thank you for gifting the Cypher Dragon tier on.
I don't know.
Thank you so much for gifting a tier 1.
Oh my god.
Alright, let's play the game, dude.
Oh yeah, the blue one.
Yeah.
Fuck was that?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I'd never had it, so I was gonna try it.
Is this shit lagging for you guys? Oh no, not again.
How much is it though?
What's your ping?
What's up, mama?
How much is it?
Yeah, how much is like food? It's not that expensive over there, right?
Mayo, kirai. You don't like mayonnaise?
My order was gonna be 200 crowns for 2 burgers and a McFlurry.
Oh shit, 30 bucks?
25, 26 with tip.
15% packet loss. Can we go to?
Oh, I forgot. You tip people in NA.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta give them money.
I tip a little bit extra when it's like nighttime because you know they're fucking out there grinding.
It's like giving. It's like paying for the food. What?
It is like paying for the food twice. It should just be included in the price.
Yeah.
Feels so weird having to like decide whether or not a person did a good job when they're
yeah, like you're not their employer.
Like, if I get shit food, it's not the driver's fault.
But also, it's like you're not their employer. You're not supposed to be paying them. You're paying for the fucking food. It's so fucking weird. I have 30% pack to it. That's even weirder right now. Can I do an Alpha 4 here?
It won't work. You already did that before, right?
No, I can. If I turn fucking VPN on, it works.
VPN on. Can you play one game like this?
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's so weird.
Can you play one game like? Oh, you can just fucking tab out if you want. Never mind.
Man, if I play like this, man, I'll be fucking shooting ghosts while you guys are fighting.
Oh yeah, like.
Yeah, they're like
even reg.
They're teleporting around. I'm just gonna sit in this corner here. They'll never find me here. I think.
Who just shot?
Them.
Team.
Put my exit log on real quick and reconnect.
That's a headshot. I know who that is. That's a Fuse, I think, or Maggie. That's a headshot again. Dead.
I think one here.
61 guy here. Out top of you. 90 headshot. This guy. Dead. All dead. Nice.
That's all you. This guy had R9 beater.
Why are you up so early though?
To play on Tokyo server.
Huh?
Oh, you guys play Tokyo now?
Yeah, it's 130 ping.
Why?
But why?
What do you mean why? Because it's like playing dogshit scrims.
NA is super easy.
Yeah,
they won hard. They won hard.
It's about like the Tokyo. They play like 12 squads in round 3. It's like crazy.
I guess you guys won it hard because you want to practice. You guys are playing LGS?
Yeah. Yes.
Who's you, Aiden, and Mendo?
Mendo.
Mendo Kusai.
Yeah.
You know what Mendo Kusai means?
No.
Like bothersome. I can't be bothered. Like when something's bothersome, like you can't be asked.
Yeah, that fits in well. It's like a negative Nancy.
I've never heard Mendo be negative before.
Me neither. My dog do be barking. Turn my fucking window. Hey!
I still need a sight for my juicer.
Didn't see that.
Your juicer?
Oh shit!
Oh, you caught you by fella.
Holy shit! I thought we were getting shot.
There's one down here.
I freaked. Oh yeah. Thanks. Is your dog? I don't want to fucking bring her into my room, man. I have 3 of them. And they're like old and they'll never enter the room. They don't even want to.
Oh my god, big time. Big time rush.
Well, that show is dog shit.
Oh.
I didn't even know like the intro to it. I watched like 2 episodes or something. It's a Nickelodeon show, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Do you know they nerfed the vault?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no loot in there anymore.
Yeah, it's fucked.
I feel like it's a bug, not a nerf, because nothing's spawning there. Why have a vault when it's like it literally has nothing in it? On me.
I'm so far from you guys. I'm an Icarus.
Is it cheating? Like, what is that?
There's 20 on one guy.
Padding on us?
Keeping your roof. Blue armor walking. One more on pad. 24 pad.
Come from here. I think they come from here.
Here. 2 blue armors. Can you guys come towards me? Like,
yeah.
Not they're up here. They're just chilling up here now. Gibby, Octane, Bloodhound, I think.
That guy's very good at the game.
I almost cracked him. I almost cracked
every fucking board on the bloodline.
Yeah, it's Octane.
Yeah, very good.
I'm Ironside chat
me when I was.
Wait, someone else just jumped at it on them, I think. No?
I don't know.
I'm shooting ants, bro.
There's like 3 or 4 sniper scopes in here. I pinged.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Speak.
We fucking pinged them.
I think I pinged like 5 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have voice lines on.
Why?
You have voice lines on?
No, off.
Why?
Because they're fucking cringe and annoying.
But
they
they
don't
tell
do
you when you
anything
get
about
turret.
the third party. Yeah.
Oh,
I think I'm good. I think I have awareness after 9,000 hours. I can tell, oh, this guy is not on the enemy team.
Really? We don't know that yet. We still need to practice. We don't have that.
Plus, I mean, alright, it's so fucking annoying. Just shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, Horizon is fucking.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to listen to her, man. Okay, 9 squads, no KP, sadness.
Pathfinder's voice lines are fine, it's whatever.
Yeah, Horizons is annoying to play just because of that. She does not shut the fuck up. I wonder if voice lines like cause audio clutter.
Of course.
So you can like hear footsteps and shit.
They don't.
But maybe,
so?
maybe they make you focus. Like if there's voice lines while there's shit are happening around you, you're focusing on too many sounds. Maybe if you turn off voice lines, it's easier to focus on what's happening around you.
No.
Maybe? No? Okay.
I also play with music on, so I never talk about fucking not being focused. If I turn music off, I play 50% better probably.
I can't play without music. I just like if it's just, you know.
Yeah, that's
game,
just because you're fucking part of the game.
I like the music then, yeah. Music keeps me alive.
You guys play with music in tournament?
No.
No, no.
I don't know, when I'm streaming, imagine streaming Apex for 8 hours and you no music at all, you just in-game audio.
Guild, actually.
I want to die.
Now you want my
2 times scope here.
近くに開封済みのサプライボックスがあるわ。
Now my chat can be done fucking asking when you play with Taxi again.
Okay.
Holy shit. It did it, dude. I haven't done anything the last few days. It's fucking crazy. Been going ham.
Just fucking full of Apex Legends, block my name in your chat.
Look at this. No. I get, when are you gonna play with a Hall all the time? It's like I was born to play with Hall only.
Okay.
Find the one guy. I find the one. I find them. They're like over here.
Yeah, they're in here.
What on gold?
One down here.
How am I not hitting those?
How am I not hitting those? Are they in there?
I think it's only 2. What on here?
I heard a guy here. Yeah, this guy right here. The Wraith sitting right there.
Inside?
Yes. On the door here.
120.
I'm with you.
Oh, shit. There's 240 on that guy.
I can't fucking see.
I have no heat shoot.
Oh, it's second.
Yeah, let me find a heat shoot real quick.
I'm chilling.
Hey.
The other was a duo, I think, and they ran away.
Yeah, this is a duo too.
I was so confused why this guy wasn't moving after I shot him 2 times, but his camera was just holding the angle.
Yeah.
But he didn't hold it at all. He just let his friend fucking die.
Probably ping Diffy. What server are we on?
EU?
EU.
Oh.
EU doesn't have multi. Oh, look at this gold bag here. Fog?
I have one.
Yeah, I'll take this one.
Oh.
What's up?
This might be a cheater. Like there might be have been a cheater that ran away.
Fucking
the auto swap.
I know. That was the Octane. He was fucking weird. He was shooting us before. He only hit us though.
Yeah, the guy that ran away was a gold armor. Blood on that.
Okay. Hey yo, Mandy. Mandy, what are you doing?
What?
Mandy, what's that? Are you exporting right now?
Yeah, it's mechanics.
No, okay.
Exploiting, never heard nobody.
Are you glitching the heat shield inside the car? In rank?
I put it on the card.
It was an accident. He misclicked.
Ah. Wire.
Oh.
Yeah, really, it was a complete accident.
That's interesting. You know that's an internet game mechanic or what? Because if you're not playing the game how it's supposed to be played, you know, you're gonna get banned. Going back down.
I'll be honest with you guys, I got a fucking death slide.
You have a bubble?
I do.
How
I
did
also use my bubble. No, I fucked up, man.
I cracked path.
Okay, one of us cracked path.
Okay, you cracked him, but I put him to 1.
Okay. Well, I did the last bullet, so I cracked him.
Yeah. And then I hit him 15 flash.
So we should.
Should we get past him?
Yeah, Valcolt here.
Yeah, those bitches are gonna
we can pass them. Fine.
We can also go through there. We're not gonna die.
Enough, whatever. We can also just bubble the car and go through, but
I mean, it's gonna end.
This way's better, yeah.
2 seconds. It's scuffed.
In front of me, in terminal. And scan my ass. Little kidnap?
Are we still in?
Yeah, we are.
But it's gonna be hard to get around the...
Not with Wraith.
True, but... What if they're ready, then we do it.
It sucks.
Fighting right now?
They are fighting. We could go now with port.
I have a heat shield that's gonna cover half the zone.
We wait until they fight. We have so much time.
They're coming. They know.
Yeah, but they can't peek, like.
残り45秒。リングは近い。
You want me to bring the car?
Oh
We
yeah.
can't even get the car in. Never mind. Never mind. We can't get the car through.
Can we not?
No.
If we heat shield on it?
No, but we can't drive in through that.
Oh, it's not a sliding texture up here. We could have walked over. I think. Maybe.
15 seconds? I don't think we can make that.
With a portal, I think RPR makes that. But I don't know.
I can't even go all the way up.
Okay. Oh. We just chill here.
No.
In before this shit bugged and we're not actually in. Holy fuck.
Why didn't we get the car? We could have gotten the car, no?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We get the car,
No,
we heat shield,
look
and
at
we go
this.
around.
Look at what? Yeah, but that
Wait,
doesn't
you want to
matter.
go around? But you want to go around this way?
Get over it.
Yeah, you can jump over the blockades with the car.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's called exploiting, but
What I could have done is I could have boosted off that and boosted up here and then boost up all the way.
yeah, 100%. You could do it. What in Dippy?
100p, brother.
But wouldn't that also be exploiting? Because you're not actually like supposed to do that with your car. How about listen? How about we sit in this corner here, so when they bloodhound scan, they don't see anything, think we're not there, and then we just board on them.
Yeah, okay.
So the next bloodhound scan, we see him pop, we go closer.
We're fine right now. Never mind.
I think they're just broken.
We need to do it with like 5 seconds left at least.
Yeah.
Because it takes like 5 seconds for the zone to move.
I mean, I think we go. Sounds like they're very busy, right?
Yeah, I think we fucking go. I'm just saying the port and just doming forward inside the zone. They scan in.
They're looking at me.
But it's far, They're 70 meters away.
They're looking at me. It's just an opening. I gotta go back and pop a bat.
Fuck. What the fuck has hit me like so many times?
I knocked one. Going back and forth, going back and forth.
Fuck, dude. Hit one for 50 here.
Fucking hell, I managed to take it. I hit one for like 80.
Okay.
This is bad though. You have to res instantly. They're resing. You gotta go through, I gotta pull back. No, I can't even pull back.
I shouldn't have went back when I killed Toxin.
Why are you following me? You're so bad. Holy shit.
I spawned in 2 arc stars.
Yeah.
I don't know where to put that port, man. There's no cover on that side. Maybe we should have won with heat shields, dude. Instead of port. Then be able to fucking beam one. I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, I did insta-knock one, but we took so much damage from the arcs, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had to go back and pop a bat as soon as I put my port, because they jumped on my ass. Sure, Dippy. Huh? Whatever you want to do. Alright, we're still in EU. You wanna go try it, eh?
I don't mind. I'm down.
Check the queue.
Thing is, if we have Valk there, we're just fucking busting.
Valk? Yeah.
Yeah, we just Valk over here.
Valk is crazy.
Yeah, I didn't see it, so I don't know.
Seriously though, if we could have driven all the way around in the storm.
Yeah, heat shield, bubble, and just brrr, done.
I don't need to bubble.
Well, if we go right side,
We could have, you know, the hill that they were gatekeeping us the first time, and we had to run back down. Mandy almost died. Yeah, we could have just went that way around. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, I have 2 heat shields.
Yeah, 2 heat shields. You could do that. You would have to drive though. Guy with heat shield has to drive.
Yeah. We got gatekeep both sides, man. Fucking hell, bro. Strength. Should have just
a lot of ALGS.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We should have aped inside as soon as possible instead of waiting for the zone. Just fucking go in there. I port like while it's still zone 3. I port like deep left somewhere and just straight on fight him. Oh, it's early.
I shit on Octane. No 2 pumped his ass.
I didn't do anything. I got hit for 133. We might it one time, and I fucking hit 9 with a PK shot on the
Yeah.
Morning, me cat. I fucking pumped blowdown for like 80 and did a little bit on Octane before I went through the port, and then I voided.
McDonald's don't have a mayo, right? They don't put mayo on their burgers.
They do.
McDonald's? Nah, that's Burger King.
Wait, do they not put mayo? What the fuck do they put? What's their sauce?
Ketchup and mustard.
Ketchup and mustard.
A special sauce for some of the burgers.
Oh, I'm thinking of the special sauce.
McChicken is not mayo.
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure.
Isn't it? I'm pretty sure McChicken is mayo.
No, it's tartar.
Oh, yeah, the long one. What's that? The long one? What's it called?
Chicken Royale, but that's not.
Chicken Royale. That's
Burger King.
Oh,
no, McChicken is mayo.
We got a long one in McD too.
Filet of fish is tartar, right?
Don't they?
No shot.
I'm pretty sure McDonald's has a long one.
What, the McRib?
No. That McLong?
What's it called? There is a long one at McDonald's, I'm sure.
The only long one I know is McRib, bro.
I'll land right here.
I put in the search and I don't see it. I do have Open Breeds up on my app. On my phone.
Maybe it's
a have a long one.
Pretty sure it's a limited time, or maybe it's exclusive to fucking Denmark.
Oh shit.
Two armor on me.
Is it 2 keys or 1?
I think it's just one.
Run it down.
Where the fuck are they?
They ran.
That way. They ran to the back for the good loot here, I think. Don't see it loot. Oh, they did.
He's on there, he's on there. 96 headshot. He's addicted. I'm fuck. Holy shit.
32.
Is he still inside?
I think they're under me. Under me.
Fuck. I'm on the wrong side.
Fuck. Oh, well,
Oh, 120 on one guy.
Right here, raid.
4 another guy. 46 another guy.
Wait, I can't breathe. You're alone, man. I'm getting better. We're getting third party from behind us. We already turret.
You sure?
Yes, I hear him from the main building behind me.
No.
Andy, why are you throwing, bro?
I'm just trying to fucking not die. Dude, who the fuck is this? Of course it's Diamond 2 player.
Yeah, those diamond players just don't know how to play the game.
Yeah, they grip the fuck out of it.
Crazy, dude. I did so much.
Like, grip the shit out of it.
I did a little bit of a mistake.
Oh wait, you're still coming.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at my fuel meter.
Unlucky,
that
dude.
shit was empty.
Did I get him killed? I sure as hell hope I did.
I don't think so.
Why are you here? How am I supposed to shoot through fences? Explain this to me.
Oh wow.
I mean, just fuck me in the ass next time. I need to get that banner, dude. How are you supposed to win without...
Go for it, go for it. Zipline over. Be a pussy.
You'll be free.
I'm trying, man.
Apex Queen heart. Yeah, I wanna fucking throw up.
Free my fucking asshole.
I don't know why you didn't get the star player. It's kind of cringe.
Okay, fuck off.
Bro.
This Bloodhound's not playing with a team. He's just fucking baiting and fucking chasing my ass. I'm plugging you here. I don't care.
Yeah, I got this.
Now they're not fighting, dude. Like, what are they doing?
They're aping. They're literally aping already.
They're diamond players.
Those everybody's diamond too? I'm fucking owning right now. Peace.
You're currently 0 for what? 24 or something?
I'm fucking owning. I can aim. I forgot to aim. Oh, it's all 3! You got me enough time to lose again.
He's trying to get banned again.
I'm exploiting.
Well,
if it's not intended to be up here, why is there no timer?
Exactly.
Think about it. Think about it.
You can get my banner for sure. Definitely. Yeah, that Diamond Forts are definitely not gonna camp banners.
How do you cancel it?
You can't, I think.
Wanna come with me?
Yeah. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm going back to the lobby. I don't want to play alone.
Oh, you didn't get my banner?
I did.
Yeah, he got banner.
We could have won duo. Easy win.
Yeah, and then what? You're still gonna lose.
Yeah, but we might lose in second place.
Oh my god,
Mandy, not you.
Non-believer, dude. This guy. Dude, did you see the Havoc skin in the shop? It looks pay to win. I'm not joking. Straight up pay to win, dude.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's not new.
What do you mean in the shop? What house?
In the shop, dude.
Oh shit, what is this Valk skin?
I almost unlocked the Bloodhound skin. I'm 3 out of 24 right now.
Fuck.
Dog.
Ah. Can't wait to spend some more money on this game.
What the fuck is that Havoc? I'm gonna unlock.
Wait, they made a Cocktain skin?
That's already old. That Havoc skin looks like a Mastiff.
True. What is that? Kitty Cat Watson.
I have it.
Bloodhound. It's this one.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah, I opened the pack and got it. Double V.
Boom.
Give me some W's. W chat. No L's. Only W's.
Are we still in you?
Yeah.
We are.
Holy fuck, I feel like Aiden Ross right now.
Why?
W.
Wow.
Dude, that's a straight up W right there. Straight up. That's W right there. Athen Ross. Athen Ross, dude.
Athen Ross.
He's my favorite content creator right now, actually.
Really?
Yeah?
Yeah. Watch him all the time.
No.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You think, dude, electric table could crush you?
No.
What?
Like if you put your, let's say you put bricks under your leg and then you like make it go down on top of your leg, and it
Red
crush
Dead,
you
thank you for 3 months. Welcome back.
by force, like break your leg. I'm doing it right now. And never mind.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, you got stopped. Never mind.
I'm lost. Just won the game.
I need some food, brother.
Dude, they have a long thing in McDonald's.
Yeah, McRib?
No, it's a long chicken sandwich.
Maybe they only have it in Denmark, man.
I promise.
It's a Denmark thing.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Yeah.
McDonald's.
There's some really good burgers here in Croatia, like signature burgers that you don't have in like US, but it's so fucking good.
I tried one of those signature burgers. It was fucking hot garbage.
Dude, all those burgers are fucking ass.
You didn't try the Croatian ones, okay?
Yeah, hopefully it's better, but holy fuck. I tried like
Oh my god.
Dude, this guy is stealing.
Dude, I got 2 rampages. Cards up.
Purple armor, Ash. She's walking right.
heating up, brother.
I got 2 rampages rammed up right now. This is a double W if I ever seen one. You ready? They're just fucking in.
One on the right.
Just one
I need.
Grenading the door. Think he went below.
Nope, he's here.
He's alone there, he's alone. The other 2 are on the other building.
He's over here now.
I gotta heat up my rampage again.
I'm gonna shock the Ash. They have like 2 purples.
Yeah, they went under.
60 on the right. On the roof, Ash.
Very good tournament player right there. You fucked me. He's better.
Yeah, I don't really have a mid, I want so.
70 on Ash.
Oh, we're getting turret so hard. They're pushing left.
Hey, we killed this guy,
Great, 69 purple.
I'm on her. Nice, I hate it here, it's so fucking bad. So lag. 200 ping.
There's derp, I hit it.
I knew it, I could feel it.
Inside the building as well.
It's so fucking dog shit.
I got recognition.
Here, I got you.
Go.
That Pathfinder is cheating? What is? Why is he standing still while shooting? Oh, Babby's got fucking backward.
I'd never not got your bandage here.
And is that on job?
What about it? That's on job. That is jobless.
shit, man.
No. Crypto player, dude.
Cracks, I have no idea. I don't know what the voice line is, but I know Gyofu is what they say when it's third party. Is that a Bob? You're legally obliged to be on my back. You're running away from it. Jump off the map. Wall bounce. No, you missed the wall bounce, dude.
No, I wanted to fucking wall bounce fucking 180, tap it around it. Oh my god.
Cyrano, you asked for the third time already. I said no, we did not see it.
I was going so slow.
Can we go NA or do we want to keep playing third party central and you?
I'll go NA. Wait, Texas already NA. Are you in a Texas lobby or what?
I am.
Yeah. There, boom. I'm peeing. 2 sec.
No, I'm not. I got PSO.
Don't join me, like, here.
Fuck.
You guys want to play on West Coast? You guys are gonna die.
Yeah, but he left it.
Join. I invited both of you.
Yeah, Manda went to the bathroom, so he's not gonna be here for another 10 hours.
Join.
I go pee.
Okay, I go get more food. What the fuck is this?
I'm back. He's still not back. Fucking hell.
What's happening?
Ready up, taxi. He was on West Coast. This is a pub. What is this?
What is happening? I'll pick up this character from you, RPR, don't worry about it. Dude, you want to level up your Bloodhound skin?
Do I? How far am I? 2k from... I'm 2k in Bloodhound. I feel like the skin came out and I started playing character less.
What the fuck, dude?
What is this shit song?
I don't like this.
What?
What I'm
What?
eating.
What are you eating?
I'm not eating anything. The pork chop.
Dude, you want help with food that bad or what?
Huh?
You want help with food? No, you're eating right now.
No, I'm removing it.
What is going on?
You're not eating. He's not eating.
No, he's removing it.
Dude, finding food is so easy. It should be the easiest shit in the world in NA.
What? Think so?
It should be the easiest thing in the world in NA. Finding food to eat? Yeah, 100%.
But sometimes you're hungry but you don't know what, you know?
No, not at all.
What? That's you. That's not him.
Straight up, you go, you're like, oh, you know what? I like this kind of food, and then you just fucking order it instantly. I don't know why people have a hard time.
Still talking?
Yeah, he's still talking, dude. He calls you a wuss.
Who's he talking to?
You.
No, that's not fucking hard drunk. I was saying, dude, finding food is not hard. And then our brother says this.
Nah, he said it is. I said sometimes you just don't know what you want to eat. You're just confused. And you're sitting there for half an hour just figuring out what you feel like eating. It's perfect.
I knew what I wanted, and then I couldn't get it, and then it's despair.
Yeah, it's like, what now? What is my second option?
Get some, dude, I don't know. Okay, anything, dude.
Yeah, you really helped him out, dude.
Pizza. You can do anything. You can eat burgers, pizza, sushi. I don't know, fucking like.
Isn't that his breakfast though? Shouldn't he eat something lighter on the breakfast?
Fucking the McMuffins is, I don't know. Fucking a sandwich. Sandwiches are good energy throughout the entire day.
Eat McDonald's again, dude. Woohoo.
No. I'm just gonna try and reorder my Sonic thing until it gets here.
How many times have they canceled on you?
One.
Why did they cancel? Did I say that or what?
Maybe they're out of that item.
What? It's on the app, bro.
Yeah, like maybe they're like, oh, it's too busy or something, you know?
Dude, Bazooka, what are you spamming? Morning, Cran. I've never dyed my hair neon blue. What are you smoking, dude? I used to be better than Ninja, that's for sure, though. And that's on Jao.
I can eat a slush or drink a slush ice right now.
Something.
That's nice.
I haven't had a slush in like years.
Now I want sushi, but
here you go, Dippy.
I don't want it to be delivered. I want to eat fresh.
Here's your ties.
Yeah,
I want to eat it while it's still alive.
Morning, Tilia. What's alive? Fish?
Yeah.
Dude, sushi is crazy. Very underrated food.
I don't think sushi's underrated, man.
I think it is. I think it is.
I think everyone, pretty much everyone, their mom knows about sushi and likes sushi.
Yeah,
so.
But I feel like people are like, yeah, sushi's good, and then they eat a nigiri or something, and they're like, oh, dude, bussin'. But like top tier sushi, I feel like that's like avocado, different fish, deep fried stuff. You know, like.
Have you ever had real sushi? I'm not talking about Danish deep fried sushi bullshit ass. But I'm talking about actual, like, genuine, authentic sushi. You ever had it?
No. I wanna try it.
Yeah, exactly. Trust me, that shit is not underrated. People love that shit. Like real sushi, people fucking wait in line for months to eat it.
Yeah, but didn't you have to go to fucking Japan for that?
No.
There's other places as well. In US and shit like that.
You know Japanese people, they sometimes travel outside of their country and then they open a business in another country.
Yeah, but they didn't do that in Denmark.
Yeah, they don't, but they do it in the US and Other Asian
Turkish people are fucking goats in Denmark.
Hey,
holy
thank
shit.
for 3 gifts.
They're the homies.
Let me just move to a country with less than 6 million inhabitants. And then bankroll off of the insane business taxes. Gap?
Yeah. True. How does that, did you pay your taxes yet over there?
2 teams.
No? What?
Maybe you paid monthly taxes, you know?
Are you drunk?
So you pay monthly taxes.
You pay taxes at the end of the year in US, right? This might be stupid from me. But I was born this way. I stole gold and gold knock.
I'm fucking good now too.
Okay, I'm coming on.
I need a heal.
Go heal.
I have a Phoenix, kid. I have a Phoenix.
There's a
I
bat
can't make
thing.
it to you guys. I have a gold light mag. One of you ran over it.
I want
Fine.
I want this.
You need it?
Yes. Thank you.
I also have a gold energy.
No, don't need.
Rampage. They're rampaging out there. What the fuck? What am I watching?
I'm gonna go like loot over here.
They got me on a leash.
Oh, there's purple under. Purple under the right. They didn't take. Mandy.
I got only 1 cell and now I have 0.
You wanna go up and kill these guys up top? They're not very good.
You guys have cells?
Yeah. No, they're like this shit.
Yeah. Here.
Don't roof, right?
Yeah.
Fuck, I didn't get it.
He's got a turret, doesn't he?
Outside. I should on him.
Palm myself. One more.
How is he not dead though? How is he alive? The rampart is one. I stopped shooting at him because he should have died.
Get him down, get him down.
They can't fucking punch me. Oh, I punched too hard. If you res. I got Phoenix more. Here.
How many do you have?
I have 2. Oh, these motherfuckers here.
Oh, take this.
Okay.
Who's not taking that?
Get on.
I didn't even see
Can you
that.
scan again?
Give me a sec, I need to pick this.
Only 2.
Let's go. I double zip.
I'm going downwards.
Give me 33. Oh, dude.
I'm holding that. Running 2 wide. Cracked 1. Cracked 2. In the bubble, cracked.
I have a guy inside. He's not aping me, he's on you.
120. Ah!
All me. Holy shit.
Here's a battery.
And just build differently.
Build differently.
I want to piss.
Someone take the battery.
Maybe you stole that from me.
What? What from you? I didn't steal shit, dude. Holy fuck.
You only did it because I did it.
This guy has this weird conspiracy theory that I took double sip from him in Oasis.
Yeah, it's a trademark move, bro.
Oh my god.
You literally didn't do that before you started playing with me.
There's no shot. 100%.
He got you there, dude.
100%.
Show proof.
Find a clip of you doing it earlier.
Yeah, proof.
You motherfucker, I didn't have clips from back then.
Right.
What? You didn't
Delete
stream
all
during Olympus?
No.
Even though you were a 1K Andy during when Olympus came out?
I was not a 1K Andy when Olympus came out.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
Cap?
No,
Yes,
I was
you
not.
were.
I was not. No, I wasn't.
How do I know your history better than you?
I did not have 1K average
Yes,
when
you
Olympus
did.
came out. No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I did. That's like
Yes,
that's like
you did.
2 years ago.
This guy is smoking the caca.
When did Olympus come out?
It's 1.5 years ago.
I did not average 1K viewers 1.5 years ago.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
It's already March. Okay, a year ago when we joined Scars, you were already like almost at 2K Andy. You were at 1.5K Andy. A year ago when we joined Scars, right?
Hey, Susek. Hey, no, shut the fuck up.
And
What date?
When we were on North,
Olympus.
Come on.
You were at 1K Andy on North as well.
Susek. Olympus was released in season 7.
Yes.
What date is that?
That's like
There's
somewhere.
no way.
Season 7 release date.
Yeah, Google that.
And then go back in your shit and look.
November the 4th.
Oh yeah, you were definitely
2020.
Yeah,
you
so
were
1.5 years ago. So 1.5 years.
659 average viewers.
No fucking
Yeah,
way.
average.
Yes.
Average. What's
Yeah.
your peak, motherfucker?
Yeah, that's you played
it.
fucking
Oh,
variety
yeah,
and
okay.
tanked your viewers. Wow.
No, 659. You guys are wrong. Not almost even fucking
What's your peak?
halfway there.
What's your peak?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, let's
what's
look
your
at the peak.
Let's look
Because
at the
man,
peak.
let me tell you what, you were not putting in hours.
I streamed 136 hours that month.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's less than a full-time job.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when I say didn't put in hours, you didn't put in hours.
100. It was like 3 or 4 months after I started getting 1,000.
Hey Andy.
That wasn't.
Your average view count doesn't matter because you weren't on for that long, you dumb fuck.
Right.
That's wrong.
You
Right.
peaked at 1 to 1.3.
Right, I agree with Taxi. We won this.
You guys are
time.
both wrong.
You can literally check what your peak was.
Oh, you want to check on the set day?
Yes.
If the day, dude,
Not
I
the
didn't.
date, but like around that time.
I never
That month.
Like,
That month that it came out.
just to make sure I'm not leaking anything.
Bro.
November.
Don't try to reason with my teammate, Taxi. He doesn't possess-
November. Okay. I had 1700 one of the days.
Oh.
That was,
Not
dude, that
all,
was, I got a host.
Yeah, cup.
100%.
In front of me.
That was
I'm going.
100% a host.
Take another hit, Mandy.
That was 100% a host.
Drop off and shit on. I can't aim.
One of them was a knock right there. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Oh, on me.
I killed 3.
What is that?
35 purple this guy.
Killed 3 here.
Good
Like,
job,
okay.
buddy. I'm going terrorist. I'm dead around the corner. Literally grappled on.
But a lot of armor swaps for me, Jackson.
Yeah, I'm still. See her?
I don't understand how Manda is capable of running away from the team in every fucking situation.
Oh, 156.
Holy shit.
130 and I got 2.
I think they're cheating.
6 and I got 2.
This guy just pre-aimed me. The Pathfinder.
I don't know what I hit that guy for.
Get my man.
Shot.
That's why I hit for 50.
Not cheating, by the way, not cheating. Just a hunch.
But you're in Panadol right now.
You can port for my banner.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Yeah. Why is
on
this guy
me.
jumping into you? I think they're split as fuck.
Yeah, they're hard aping me though.
Well, you're taxi, you're gonna get away.
No, I am not. I'm an impasta.
You're square. Square is really good. I heard. Oh
I
no.
died.
Go plug, man. Taxi has never died in a 1v3. Well, he's running away.
I literally cannot focus.
Go up in the red spot, you know.
Sleep well, come on.
What red spot?
The ones, never mind, you're out.
Here, bro.
Yeah, but is that,
oh, yeah. But it's probably fixed now.
No, it's not. I already tested it.
Okay.
You're exploiting again?
It's not an exploit. It's game mechanic.
A different team, lol.
It's a fucking game mechanic. What do you mean?
Look at this banner.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, they're fighting each other now. This is perfect. What happened to my body?
Did they run from you? Oh no.
I got a Moby, man.
Game's on me.
There's no shot, dude.
I'm hiding. I turned into a box. Oh hell yeah, John! Diamond John is taking care of my order.
Gone?
Yeah, John.
I got a mob. As long as you get this shit, I can plug.
150 one guy.
Oh, we
I'll
fight.
get him. Don't worry about it.
Big car enjoyer.
Okay, I'm coming for the fight then.
You don't need to fight with me.
How did you shoot through his gun shield?
I'm cheating. It's a new exploit.
Exploit.
I was literally straight through it.
I'm pretending I'm a third party and fighting off this team off of you.
Oh my god, man, you were so hot. Get me in this one here. At Hammond. Thoughts?
No, no.
Oh wow. Maybe not.
I got you. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I got the third party
Oh,
off
got
of
that
you.
side.
I can plug him, man. I have fucking mob. I can plug him literally on the boxes here. I should do it.
Can.
Mandy, you don't feel like B-hopping got nerfed?
When you heal?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. You don't move fast like you did before.
There's like a movement connoisseur trying to say that it's not, and then he showed a video of him.
Holy shit.
Where are they?
On the fight night, sucking my ass tonight.
Right.
Oh wow, Mandy's knows it all.
Of course.
They're pushing they're actually pushing. I'm their first AP, bro.
Right, I killed him, motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. I gotta heal, motherfucker.
Show them who the fuck you is.
They're up here.
They don't see me.
Go plugging. Surely that's not gonna go bad.
I can't do that. Fuck.
Where do we go now?
I don't fucking know.
Do we run up here?
You can still plug me in zone. Like there's three respawn beacons still next
I'm
zone.
dead.
Yeah.
Or if you have
I'm putting a thing down here.
Yeah, I didn't pick up the heat shield, dude.
Oh my god.
Mandy, if you spam crouch there, you're chilling.
I don't have heat shields either.
Oh well, you do.
Fuck, dude.
Good night, Shamir.
Man, do you see that like ledge that's there, like the concrete wall, the half wall?
Literally
If you spam like crouch there, you can like infinite slide, so they can't see you.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't fucking expect him to even 56 through the things, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Gatekeepers, man.
Professional players, man. Good night, man. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
Mandy, look at my stream real quick.
Going to Zach. What's up?
Look at these strafes, bro. Look at these air strafing. Clean.
Where's that?
Lobotomy.
I don't understand.
He's showing that air strafing isn't nerfed. And he's turning like that.
I'm just betting you. Dude, betting you. He's living rent free in your head right now. You know, right?
You're right.
You're only think about him, nothing else. That's all you do. You only think about lobotomy, dude. You don't think about the streaming. You don't think about playing the game. You only think about lobotomy.
Yeah.
Sex with them.
Is that the Croatian fucking Jesus?
Well, what?
Sans
I can't
Jupiter,
imagine what
thank
it's
you
like to live
for the raid.
rent free in someone's head.
Welcome, 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 welcome.
You can't imagine?
Yeah, like.
Cyber Foxy.
It's free.
What's up? Thank you for the.
Someone has lived rent free in your head too.
Thank you for the 100 euro raid. Appreciate you.
Someone.
Cyber Foxy.
100%.
Welcome everyone.
Someone you continuously pissed at no matter what, all the time. Every time you see his name, you're like, bro, this guy's a fucking idiot. And you think about it for the next half an hour, dude.
I don't have that.
Dude, I have that with some people.
I don't have that like where I think about them for the next 30 minutes. No.
Hope you see my chat.
I have like this guy is a fucking loser. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, of
and
course.
we all know who it is. But
Dude,
I don't think about him.
Like, I did not keep that. Why is that still here?
In my off time.
Delete that shit.
Oh no, not off time either. I have it with if I see somebody's name, I'm like, there's no fucking shot in hell this guy ever has an audience, dude. You know, and I get pissed about it. I'm like, who watches this guy on purpose, dude? You know? And then I'm like, oh, never mind, go next, dude. Then go again. Yeah, I have that. Some people.
Yeah, I don't have that.
I don't remember last time I had it, but I had it a while ago.
I have had it, but I haven't had it in like since I started streaming. So like 3 years.
I probably had it
because I was hate watching someone.
Shut the
oh yeah, same.
Shut the fuck up.
It's not because I'm hate watching. It's more like
Taita Laila, thank you for 4 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you.
Just generally, just you can't despise that person. Yeah.
That's not what it means to live rent free, though. To despise someone.
I know what the fuck are they talking about, Chad?
Yeah.
I've been.
I love when, dude. A lot of viewers. Also, a lot of the people you ban.
To live rent free, like to live rent free in someone's head, it means to like make four Reddit threads about them. Like every time that they're brought up, you try to like bring up past drama to like make
that's
people
rent free.
dislike them.
And I know a certain person. I know a certain person that does that, dude. Oh my god. That is yeah, that's crazy.
Why is that command here even though it's been deleted? Like, let me fucking take care of that shit.
People like get pissed about other people's success though. That's the same.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's just almost human nature in most people. That's just jealousy, brother.
Or like being annoyed that other people, you know, like have a like a career or whatever. And then like instead of doing something about it yourself, you just sit there and you just get pissed at people for having it and you don't, you know? But who the fuck uses Reddit unironically? I just don't understand.
It's such a toxic like place, bro.
Yeah.
Because of the way karma works, it's so bad. We're talking about this with Mendo. Like it's so bad.
Dude, you straight up sit there, you write a whole post, dude. And then you just get shit on.
There it is.
Or like you shit on somebody, dude, and everyone just
I deleted it.
you.
Fucking deleted all of that shit.
RPR does not feel left out. RPR is talking to his weeb chat.
No, sorry, I was fucking had a leftover Raid Shadow Legends command I was trying to fucking get rid of that I couldn't delete somehow. Holy shit, I was fighting.
Raid is Drusa though.
It is, but I don't want their command might stream forever after the sponsorship is over.
No, I'm talking about the you know, the Moolah.
Yeah, Moolah was good.
Use.
Honestly, like any playtest or like any gameplay that they like make you play for like 2 hours or whatever, that shit is juice.
Yeah, it is. It's worth it to take every single time.
Yeah, I had one today, but I didn't get the brief yet, so I'll do it like in 2 or 3 days. Oh, they're nice. I like doing them.
The squad battle one. The squad battle one.
I know what that is.
Then you didn't get it.
Yeah.
I think it's because it was in A only.
Oh shit, purple about.
Wait, I can't climb. Okay, I'm good.
Okay, I gotta ask what.
But nah, it was the same with Super People. That's sure it was Juicer too, but like it's good because you might find something you enjoy. You know?
Yeah, I like doing it.
Money good. On me.
No, I mean also like it's variety.
Yeah. Holy shit, I suck.
It's usually good content too.
What the fuck, your mom?
I'm gonna knock one. I'm gonna knock one of them, right?
Valk is one. I'm gonna pop a bat.
It's 2 teams, right?
I'm aping it. I'm aping
Dude,
it.
he's one. Fuck. This guy right here.
Where?
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
They're dropping, I think. No?
Nah, they were, but they stopped.
Oh, he dropped.
Shit on bat.
45 low. Went up. Still dropping.
I'm pissed, dude.
What the fuck are you doing with a fucking Arcstar?
Shit on. 99 flash on one.
22 flush on him.
Oh, okay, maybe it did 99. I just thought it looked like 99 flash.
Holy fuck, dude.
What is Amanda doing with a fucking Arcstar?
Dude, I thought like it would explode before I came over, but it fucking didn't, man.
Oh, I had that too. Like I put an Arcstar on top of a bubble, then jumped off my Horizon Q, and I almost landed and got hit by my own Arcstar on top, on the outside of it. It was crazy.
That was Kai. He sucks. Wait, they're fighting over here. Let's go.
I'm fucking going. Yeah.
First time. First time chat. R45.
Yeah, grab it. It's so good.
Oh my god.
It's the gold RE, dude. You gotta grab it because it's gold.
Yeah. There's no way around it. I see gold, I must pick up.
When you have a gold weapon, it's just that much stronger.
Sorry. I am.
I have outplayed them. I've been outplayed. How do they know? How do they know of my tactics?
I think it makes a loud noise and...
Oh, knock!
How did you know?
Where?
How am I knocking?
Over there.
You're careful with that fucking raid, bro. He's in here. This guy's gonna climb behind you, taxi right here.
Shit on 112.
Manda's still sleeping.
Oh, I'm fucking coming, man.
Come res.
He's right here.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, that was like crazy good audio.
This is not good.
Resting.
I'm finishing.
You have a 1v2. Resting here.
I got 5 seconds on this.
Armor swap. The guy you knocked, armor swap. And he is now popping medkit. Breach got hit. Triple
Lava
on the
one,
banner.
lava one.
EMP coming out soon.
Lava 1-1-1. 1-1-1. 90 flush in there.
Under you, Mandy. Close under you.
So fucking swap, man.
Holy shit, there's no swaps anywhere.
He took it with flash. Flash and crypto. He took it. Nice. Lava took it. Alright.
Wait. He has an arrow in his head and then no ring. He has an arrow in the head and then no ring. Look at his HP. He has an arrow in the head and then no ring. Look. How does it no ring? I don't understand. How does it register? An arrow hits him, but it no rings. He's one shot.
Where the fuck was he looking? He was so controller. Holy shit, he was spinning in circles, bro.
It's like that Octane I tap strafed on one time.
He was so lost.
Dude, I would have won that 100%. Fuck, I would have won that 100%.
That guy fucked me up.
Oh my god, I'm pissed, dude. Oh my.
I can't believe that.
I lose to no rigs, dude. I lose to no rigs.
I can't believe he done that.
Yeah, I think I spent a whole 20 minutes trying to find me right there.
Yeah, make sure you let Kai know that he got put down by the better player.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. They're back.
I gotta get some.
Shut the fuck up!
Bims_G's just resubscribed
Bims!
for 13 months.
13 months. Welcome back, sir. Welcome back.
You guys like that?
Like what?
When I throw my headset and shit like that?
Yeah, it's nice. It's interactive. What the fuck was that?
Mandy slamming his.
Yeah. Holy shit, dude. Big time.
About Nier's TV animation? I never played Nier, but if it's a good anime, I'll watch it. Got me, like I was asked like 4 times. We haven't, but I heard about it.
I just ate, though. I'm hungry already.
Alright, thank you, Kai.
You guys have that too?
You said it yourself, you're a little fat ass.
Dude, I can eat all the time. I don't know why. It's so weird. I can eat all the time. And if I eat something and I'm full, I'm ready to eat again 30 minutes later.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's crazy. I don't understand. I have to contain myself to not get fat.
There's a reason why you look like the way you did in high school, bro. Remember?
Oh, I was thicko mode, dude. Holy shit.
I couldn't believe that was you when you showed me.
Holy fuck, dude. That was crazy.
This chubby man, like you gotta eat a lot to be that tall and that chubby. Like you actually have
but
to. But
I didn't even weigh a lot.
How would you look that chubby then?
I weighed like 98 kilograms.
Why'd you look so fat then?
I don't know. I just get fat. Fast.
I guess you gain weight in your face the most.
I do.
Because it was your cheeks that were chubby as fuck. That was funny though, dude. When you showed me that picture, I was like, no way that's you.
That's Mandy.
That's Mandy with the 2 kebabs after each day in school.
That was I usually eat breakfast, came to school, eat lunch. I'd eat a whole pizza every day. Sometimes I eat a pizza and a pita bread. On the way home from school, I would eat a shawarma on the walk home because I gotta fucking eat something while I'm walking, right?
Yeah.
And then when I get home, I'd probably snack on something too, you know, throughout the day. And then I would eat food with my parents in the evening.
Holy shit, where'd you find the money just to buy all of that food in school?
Dude, my parents did. They gave me $150 a month plus the $150 I got from going to school. 300 Bucky Junos on food every month, dude. That was crazy.
Dude, eating better than college students, dude.
Yeah, and my mom was like, "You've never been big." And I was like, "Mom, I have a fucking picture of myself." And she was like, "Nah, I don't believe you." And I showed the picture and she was like, "That's just a weird picture, dude." I was like, "Nah, dude, motherfucker, I look like that."
They're living in denial, dude.
Yeah. It's funny when like other people are in denial for you.
Yeah.
They're like, "Nah." What do you mean? You're not fat? Come on.
It's usually your parents that are in denial for you.
Yeah, 100%.
It's the same like when your chat like copiums for you. They're like, holy shit, the massive is dog shit after you just did like 311s because your aim was dog shit.
Yeah. They hype you up, dude. They're like, oh, dude, I have those people too. You're like, I straight up whipped 90% of my shots with PK, and they're like, oh, PK's ass. Like, no, bro, I'm ass. What do you mean?
I didn't even put his crosshair on him, dude.
You're not even close to hitting shots. This blue right here. Oh my fucking god.
You gotta love them, dude. Like, they're there to put you down, but they're also there to like inhale the copium for you.
Yeah, I got everything. I got 3 bats, by the way.
Not in this case because Manny's fucking thick, though.
Yeah, but man, it was 100% thick. Anyone who saw that picture,
I was definitely fat, dude. Definitely fat.
Anyone who saw that picture would say the same. It's not even cool.
The worst part is someone said, when I showed it the last time I remember, someone said, "You're not fat," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm fat," and they said, "You sure you don't have food in your mouth?" Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure, dude. No food.
Fucking copium, dude. Chubby cheeks, dude. You look like a chipmunk.
Yeah, that's crazy. Never gonna happen again, though. That's probably the worst part of my life. The worst time of my life ever. Dude.
Because you were.
Fuck that.
Honestly,
that drains you from energy, dude. If you don't like
the way you looked bigger than me. Even when I was at my highest.
The same person.
When I was big.
I don't know. I didn't know that.
Before I lost like 20 kilos, I didn't look
I had
that
so many fucking. When I played with Mendo,
bad as Manda,
like,
because all my weight went into my body, not my face.
Bro, what?
Manda's all his weight went into his chubby cheeks.
I literally played with Mendo yesterday, dumb fuck.
Huh? When?
Yeah, yesterday.
When?
Yeah, when you got off.
Oh.
Huh. I'm not famous enough. I played with him yesterday. I need a new shotty, but I have it either.
I need a 2x scope and a barrel larger.
I need a AFK. I need my Burgie. I'm finding a rat spot. Okay, not a rat spot though.
Someone said maybe you got face muscles from eating so much.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
What are you, Matt Sony?
Go back.
Oh yeah, that's a sick rat spot right there.
I got a crazy spot too.
Oh yeah, dude, he's got a sick one though.
Wait. Dark blue crosshair is actually juice.
Try this one.
0144 255.
Yeah.
No, it's the same color as the background there.
No, really.
Shut the fuck up.
Imink0 and just resubscribed for 3 months. Iron Mouse.
What's the best for
Iron Mouse hype, Iron Mouse love.
And 3 months, welcome back. Thank you. I'm trying to look for like a rat spot, but this place doesn't really have any.
Nah, not really. Looking for one too. Oof. Maybe here? Oof.
I got 6 bats though. People here. Right in front of me.
You kill him or what?
He knows about me. They know about me.
Why are you fighting?
But they fought me. What do you mean?
Come back.
But I want to shoot a little bit.
Hey, Bloodhound ulted.
No, it was just a skin, wasn't it?
It did. No, he said.
Well, I couldn't hear him. What the fuck? Blue armor in one.
Running.
Yeah, they dipped.
73 headshot. Oh, nice.
12 damage. That's much better this match.
163. I'm very proud.
12, baby. Oh, dude, this spot is sick. Who's gonna ever find you here, dude? What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh, that would be sick.
What?
If you could climb all the way here. I can climb to here, but what if I could... All the way, you know?
Are these missiles?
No.
Starships. Starships.
We're meant to fly.
I don't even know the lyrics.
Whoa. Can you sit up there?
That's why I tried, but it's timer.
Oh, that's boring.
This is boring. They didn't give us any rat spots.
You just haven't found them yet.
Oh! Maybe up there? Dude, that would be crazy.
Hey, yo, boys.
Look at that.
I found something. Come.
I'm here.
Day for gore.
Wait for gore. Oh, now this rotation is doable. Wait, I'm dying. Why?
We can literally rotate over.
Yeah, we could have done that one game.
Yeah. But now we know. Day for gore is a little lamp. Is that allowed?
Yeah, dude.
Are we fighting these guys or what?
I'd like to.
We can.
I think they ran away, bro. They didn't hit.
What the fuck is this?
Any win shots and they ran away.
Look, I'll show you a rat spot. You haven't
Bro,
found.
it's like something came out of my mouth.
Huh?
Look, this one up there.
Huh?
That one right there.
What?
That rat spot right there. I can feel it.
Nah, it's blocked off. Maybe I'll on this button.
No grappler. Oh, you can sit on this.
No?
Nope, that's... They made a invisible wall.
Oh, this one. Those are kind of crazy.
What up there? Oh?
Nope, it's not solid.
Visible. Yeah. These mother bitches, man.
These mother bitches fucked it up, man.
They fucked it up, it's crazy.
Yeah, fucking, we're looking for rat spots and you got these fucking control dumbasses wingmaning at us, like, real life. Oh, we have 0 KP also, which is also a problem.
Purple?
Oh,
no rat spot, Maddie, I just checked it.
Oh, down.
2 time.
2 time? Back to back champion?
Yep. Doctor.
1993, 1994. Blockbuster champion?
That's him. The 2 time.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Homie. 2 time.
2 times cheated on his way.
It's out of bounds timer, why? Bro, have some fun in life.
Taxi mauling or rat spots still. Bruiser.
Fighting here.
We want to going?
Oh, you guys are a little bit ahead of me, huh?
Yeah.
Also fighting here at the care package. Choose your enemy. Ah, man, they decided that this is we're going here. Okay.
Yeah, the Wraith.
Apparently, he's the Wraith, so he makes decisions.
Yeah.
Wait, do I have utensils? I don't have utensils. There's people at Solar Array.
Yeah.
Oh! God damn!
Sammy Whammy over here going absolute crazy.
I think, not this one, but next one is my last one that I have to play with fucking boys.
All of them are fucking cracked. All of them are fucking cracked. Who's that?
No problem.
90.
It's 2 different teams, bro.
It's 2 teams. This guy right here. Hit for 90. I hit both of them for Mega Juice, the other one. Nice. Holy shit.
Valve just stop us with gold back on me. No fucking way. Am I dead? Oh, I don't wanna. I had that respawn beacon, dude. I called it in for you, though. There's 2 knocked. There's 2 knocked on the other team, Taxi. You should fucking rest, probably. I got a kill.
Oh, you messed me! I'm about to die fastest!
Man, shut the fuck up.
I need you right there.
Me, I'm more important.
I am. On the right.
Right here, right here.
Yeah, it's Gibby that's up with someone else.
Fucking hell, bro. Why'd I have to reload in these games?
Let's go. Wait, where'd they go?
Up above, no.
Dude, fuck it. I'm just gonna pick up a shotgun. I need a fucking shotty.
Where the fuck did he go?
No shotty.
On me, I think?
No way, man.
Yeah, right here.
Okay, I'm not there. I'm looting.
I'm running in, I'm running in. I'm coming now.
90 blue on fucking... Yeah, they also want a red. Purple on Rampart, blue on Gibby. Gibby 30 flush now. Still hasn't healed, 12 flush again. pop the bubble, pussy.
Are they resting?
No. The other guy is down here. Not a people.
Where was this guy?
He was somewhere here in front of you. A rampart. Could be hiding in the buildings, I guess.
Or the awesome him hiding in a building now.
Probably not, yeah. Hey, that's probably like there, right?
Oh, there you go. There's two drops though. There's a crib in one of the drops.
Yeah, they're fighting here. There's a rampart, there's a rampart. Careful. That is third out, I cracked him. He's one right here. Right here, 1 HP.
Grab it. I got it.
Above you, Manda.
I'm knocking one of them. I'm knocking one of them.
Holy shit, I don't know who I'm talking to anymore.
I'm knocking one of them.
I'm distracting them.
Yeah.
145 raid. Knocked. 45 another guy.
60.
No way, they stole controller and they're playing the fucking thing, dude. Oh, fucking controller.
Literally just better. More talented, everything, more gifted.
More gifted? Yo, I
No.
need gifted. I'm down bad.
Suck my gifted nuts in your mouth.
Okay, did it.
Right there.
Wait, it doesn't go down? Is it shield that it goes down now? Like,
It do go down. Yeah.
how it go down?
When you get shield.
How much juice does it give?
2050, I think.
250.
250.
Yeah, it's ass.
Move for the
Are we annoyed?
No. There's a.
They're camping the zippy.
Alright.
Yeah. I did a 25 on him. That's pushable. Oh, he dead. This guy dead.
Who? Me?
No, this guy.
Oh, they're fucking looking at me. What was that fucking nade?
Blue armor on one of them. This guy's blue.
Blue?
Dude, holy shit! This guy knows his way around the fucking nades.
I hope they send it on me so I feather one and fuck him in the ass.
123 on Gibby. Oh, dude, almost. I'm keeping closer.
This guy's gonna look at me.
This Rage's looking at me like I'm his fucking dad. That he hasn't seen in 14 years.
Oh, wait.
I'm under them, straight under. I grenade them.
Almost cracked the bot on him, blue.
And fucking blows that. Wait, I'm getting angle them. Give me 2 seconds.
Give me audio, give me audio. Oh shit, they got 2 on me. They bubble it, they bubble it, they bubble on me.
There, there's guys there.
I'm batting. They have no bubble, keep in mind.
Who does that? Who does that? 145.
And who?
I raised. 123.
All that from one team.
That was that.
The tower. Oh, we're above us.
I'm shooting toes. Wait. Wait, I want to see if I can shoot the toes.
I'm gonna lose my head by the time you shoot fucking toes, dude.
No, wait, shut up!
What do you mean, shut up? You think I can stop this?
I can shoot the toes, I can shoot the toes!
I'm trying, I can't hit the toes, dude.
Dude, wait.
I'm getting Norex on the toes!
Wait, just like... Wait, just like, I'm gonna shoot the toes again, he's gonna get knocked, right?
Any nades? What? What gear do I live in? Show some toes, pussy.
Yeah, I'm trying to shoot it. I'm trying to shoot the toes.
What if that tethers him if he gets his toes straight?
It probably does, honestly.
Oh, you can't climb that penis?
Oh, he's in the middle, he's in the middle.
Right here. Oh,
Dude, fuck!
Fuck, I didn't touch him.
Wait, this is not hitting?
You can climb it if you jump from the fences. Oh. Maybe have to super glide it.
50 flush at him.
Dude.
Wait, do you
me a
not have
second.
a
One.
Oh.
This guy. Don't die.
I'm good.
He's there.
It's funny because he's trying his heart out.
Yeah.
He thinks he's gonna win.
11 flush on his toes. 11 flush again.
Wait.
11 flush again.
Oh, wait. I almost fucking hit that. Fuck, that was close.
He had no meds, dude. LRPR, I'm the brain that you said he has no dad.
Apex のチャンピオンとなりました。
Hey, my man.
My bad, dude.
One, two, three, two.
Fucking juicers. Ah, last one.
I licked his toes, cleaned it.
Last one and you get masters?
Oh, he's gonna play with Mendo, no?
Put him shit in the oven.
I go pee pee.
Perfect timing.
Teshin's still sleeping. What time is it? 4 p.m. Yeah.
Dude,
3 hours.
he woke up at 6 p.m. yesterday, I think, or 5.
Good night. Thanks for watching, man. Peace out. So we're not seeing him today, cause like.
Probably not.
It's already 4.
Is the LG taxi or what?
Taxi? 2J?
Hmm?
Is that your LG?
Yeah.
Are you playing with Mendo? Sai?
Yeah.
Fucking weird champ, dude. You gonna jump us or? Okay.
2 team.
2 team, yeah. They're landing on us. Can he have gun? I think.
I'm fucking got hit. Let's go down.
Oh, I'm now raised. I am now raised. Alright, forgot I'm now raised.
Okay, of course.
They're jumping after you, all 3, all 3, all 3, all 3. He missed again. Third party, they're getting fucked right now by third party.
The server is laggy.
Bro, how do you suck this? I'm sucking for 2 yil.
Propel, propel. Go banner, go banner.
Are they in third party or what?
Yeah, they got fucking smoked.
Mmm. Tasty.
Wait, but Mendo's playing with Graceful and with the people.
Where are they? Where are they?
I don't know. I think
Taxi.
this taxi's free. Oh no.
I mean,
the taxi's such a clown.
I'm trying to suck this milkshake, but it's not working.
He's so dumb, bro.
I fucking knew it, dude. Look at this fucking nice human being, man.
Taxi's sucking in the background, dude.
I need a spoon for this bitch.
like goblin, dude.
He's sucking that shit in.
It's not working.
The suck is not going through.
I'm getting like a tiny drop every time I do the suck.
Is your straw clogged?
Mm-mm. And I picked the extra big one too.
Oh.
Extra big straw?
I think milkshake.
Someone's saying mix it around a little bit as if that's gonna work.
Maybe it does, try it. Maybe chat right. I mean, chat are professional fat asses, they probably know.
That's true. Dude, this guy! Dude, fat dude! Get a like, you fat fuck! Holy shit, dude. Look at him! Yeah, all tabbed! Oh my god.
I'm ready.
Oh my god.
I know he's gonna clip that.
Mendo's playing with Grace and with the people. What is that?
Oh, thank God there's a lid on. It was about to fucking splash in my face.
Takes a little bit.
Alright, last one.
Dude, that sounds fucking disgusting. That is vile. That is vile, dude.
He cannot get to suck, dude.
Fuck, it tastes so good, bro.
Really? He's trying to get the sucky.
Oh my God, it's good. Right.
Dude, there's like 2,000 calories in that shake, Crowley.
It's probably even more than that.
Oh my God. NA, dude. 2,000, what is that? Only 2,000? That's breakfast, dude.
This might be my new favorite thing.
He loves sucking that shit, dude.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Guys, sick. I'm getting my fucking food.
Oh, the banners run out finally?
Shut the fuck up!
Azuri
As
has
you're
just
doing 6 months,
subscribed for 6 months. I 6 months.
It took me a while to get.
Well, we used to do that the other day. We would sit on banners and put 90 seconds on the banners. And we just sit, and when you hear the beep, we'd walk away.
Bro, this is so good.
It was still dough.
It was still dough. In what? In lasagna?
No, it was I'm making two what's it called?
I don't know.
Bean ball. What's that called? Taxi. Alright, go talk, man.
I'm in the middle. Sucking peanuts.
Dude, you guys don't have fucking friends, RL. Dude, why did they punch off, drop? Like, what's wrong with you? They're super bad at the end.
Yep. Super badly deep into my ass. Lag. My whole game stopped. My whole game stopped working. I have 35% loss. One guy's doing a finisher on me. Taxi's muted.
Oh, my bad.
Can you one it?
New team. That's third party.
Wait, how did it not get hit? Oh! Did you know?
Hey, you didn't hear the guy?
Oh.
I didn't either.
Oh yes, W!
Oh shit, banners are running out on Manda. What, you got his banner?
Yeah.
Okay, the RPI.
Holy shit, that's a big one. Huh?
They're still out there.
Sexy. Wow. Dead.
I'm pogging.
Yeah, straight out. The first team that fought us are just crafting. They're just Like, I don't understand.
They have a truce, man.
They're 6-man deep in Discord right now.
Yeah, they're just trucing.
What the fuck?
I don't even know what to play, dude. Sadeg.
Look at this. This is fucking diabetes, bro.
What is? Play Horizon? No. Too boring.
I should have never tested this. It's too good.
What, a milkshake?
Mm-hmm.
How much calories do you think it is in that fucking thing? Like 4K? 5?
There. It was a pastry, that's what it's called.
Oh, pastry.
Yeah. I made 2 pastries.
900 calories.
Holy shit.
In your milkshake?
Yeah.
That's half a normal amount of calories for one day.
Yeah. Fucking get 2 of those and you're vibing, dude.
I think 2K is average, right?
Yeah, I think depends on how active you are, really. Monica, come on. But yeah, I mean, how do you get that milkshake and the food? Like, how do you finish that? Isn't that like just way too much? Like, you eat your food and then usually like you'd have water or something to wash it down, not a fucking thick ass milkshake.
You don't know me.
First and foremost, if I drank a milkshake, I'd be in the bathroom for the next 4 days. So,
Taxi is a real American now. A real American.
I got a double bacon cheeseburger with jalapenos.
It's You ordered 2 burgers, right?
They're like Whopper size though.
How much are you eating, bro?
Go here.
Burgers or milkshake?
You're like fucking Mande from high school days.
Oh.
These guys are literally in our fucking cocks.
Land on them. Land on their fucking master trails. Literally land on them and punch them out.
You grapple one of them? I Q one of them.
Where?
We killed this guy. We killed the bang. We killed the bang. It's Horizon.
Yeah.
Cracked him. And they say punching out is not a legitimate strat.
He's burning. He's burning. He's not burning. Somehow.
One more. Yeah, tuk.
W. If that's not a W, I don't know what is.
That's W. That's W right there. 70?
That's another team.
70?
Yeah.
7? Oh, almost. Dude, that would have been sexy. I hit 200 for 70. Dude, that Horizon was actually hard stuck.
Fuck, I didn't come out.
Dude, that guy got a death slide. That guy got a death slide and I missed my shot because of it. I missed my shot because of it. Oh my god, dude.
Our Horizon punching air, bro.
We got rainbow in here. Just all colors of the armors.
Double rainbow all across the sky.
What?
You never heard double rainbow?
Not like that.
Do a Mandy.
126. Literally 25 over 4 HP.
No, chase.
70. Cracked on him. Going up. 70 on your thing.
No.
Yeah.
What on low? Lagging behind me. Flush.
Holy fuck. That's crazy. Now I can take a bite of my
ass. Poisson? You getting some poisson?
I got a gold 3,
Pick it up.
I got it.
Poisson?
What's it?
Yeah, but I didn't let it come out of my nose, so it was really weird. I sneezed without my nose, I sneezed in my throat.
Hate keeping sneezes, dude. We're champ.
You ever tried to like sneeze like inside of yourself?
Yeah, it's bad.
Dude, that one like hurts your entire body when you do that.
Yeah, don't do that, you can die from it.
Damn.
Sneeze with your fucking eyes open.
How do you do that?
Sneeze with the eyes open. Have you guys ever tried that? Like
No.
really force it, dude. No. You really have to force. You sit there, you're like, you like hold your fucking eyes with your fingers, dude. That's
What
good.
happened?
It's good, next time. It's fucking, I don't know, it feels cool.
I feel like my eyes are gonna pop out.
Yeah.
Dude, I had a dream that I was so mad at Apex that I ripped my eyes out.
What the fuck?
But I just took my eyeballs out and I spat on them and I put them back in, dude. I don't know. That's some Pirates of the Caribbean shit, dude.
What the fuck is he dreaming?
I had some crazy dreams.
He spat on here and back in there, baby. Look at a little bit.
You made Luke come out of lurk mode. Like, what the fuck are you saying, bro?
Yeah, nice.
So little spit fixes everything, dude.
You can do it though. You can rip out. You can take your eyes out and like put them back in. I think.
No, you can't. It's connected.
3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1,
I think you got 3 to 1.
3, 2, 1.
I'm getting third part already. Oh my, we shot for 2 seconds.
I'm not even there.
Alright.
Where's the third party?
I don't know, but this guy's just fucking. I don't know.
Oh, there it is. Can they finish it?
This guy's very good.
I'll go bag. I'll go bag. That's really fucking close, isn't it?
Hmm?
Oh, got some friends.
That guy's a stroller, by the way. Pathfinder.
Oh shit.
I got a juicer caramel. It tastes like a marshmallow.
Where the fuck did you die? Why the fuck are you skinning me? Cover his ass. I hope he dies. What the fuck is he doing chasing me?
He did die.
He did?
Ah, got a bloodhound. Fucker's here. I heard from a little bird that you've been eating sweets the last 5 games, Tax. Is that true?
Sweets? Hmm?
Yeah, you eating candy?
Oh, I'm eating burger and
burger.
All I had was like one singular cinnamon toast crunch.
Alright. One singular package cinnamon toast crunch.
You don't even know what it is.
I do. It's cereal.
How do you know what it is?
Of course I know what cinnamon toast crunch is.
How do you know what it is?
Because he was a fat ass too at one point.
I was also a fat dude. I was also a fat dude.
How you get it in Denmark though? So how you know what it is?
Yeah, of course I know what it is.
Oh, they're crafting!
You ready to teach one or what?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, go!
What the fuck is that?
What was that?
Oh, he's just taking. Yeah, because he's fucking troll, but well. Yeah.
There's no way this guy knows. There's no way this guy knows. Enoch, how do you know? Enoch, how do you know? I need to know. Dude, how the fuck does Enoch know?
You just know, dude.
I'm stacking boxes.
+5.
Okay, this is the absolute last one, no matter what happens.
Right.
How the fuck did you know that?
Of course I'm shit talking slut.
$14 in queue, be right back. Be right fucking back, dude.
Shut the fuck up!
Lord Marsh 42 just resubscribed for 22 months. Pagoo.
What's up, Lord? Thank you for 22 months, almost 2 years, brother. Welcome back. How much is spread? I have no idea. Pop, pop, pop. I am your god. Never had Pop-Tarts, mama. Soft serve. Sit down. With a body on my head. Too many more after competing. Yes, sir. After competing? Yeah. After competing, we go hard on the content. Man, Dippy, shut the fuck up. Body on my head. Yo, Krzyzewska, nie graje. Check Steam. I don't check Steam during fucking stream. Coldest sweater I've been in. What do you mean by that? Like coldest temperature, or like? I'm not telling you. No more vampires. You really want me to play vampires that bad? Nah, I would play. I beat all the levels, dude.
Yo, this queue time though, Pugger.
It's so good.
It's an entire game.
Yeah, Bergen, I've been to many countries. Coldest weather I've been in. I went skiing multiple times.
People still in the grief though.
I've been in some cold ass waters because I went skiing a couple times. I don't know what degrees it is, but it's cold enough to ski. Clearly, no. When I was like in high school. Travel galore. Well, we travel a lot for school. No, 84 hours.
体は腐食しますが、研ぎ澄まされた精神は輝きを放つのです。正しい選択ね。今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。
Ice skating? No, I never did ice skating in my life. Water skiing? What the fuck is water skiing?
降下する。こらえて。
All the pieces of you. People on me down here. Crack. 27 flush. 27 flush again. He's like super low. What are you nading?
You?
Okay.
I got some crazy loot.
Blue, fast. Batting. For 7. I don't have much ammo.
I'm dropping heavy.
I need energy.
I don't have energy.
Rip.
There's a guy on me. Above me, above me. One guy just opened door. He's second floor, I think.
There's a guy there.
I'm out this bitch.
Oh fuck, I gotta pop Phoenix now.
They're on me. They're gonna drop on me. Alpha, dude. He did.
How is he hitting me?
Cracked him.
Try to go up top.
He's aping.
So it's not, I'm holding you. On top of me here. Fuck.
I'm healing. Full HP. I'm at full HP.
They're running over there.
Fighting. Only have shotgun.
One here, he's gonna climb up. I might fire him when he climbs up. Shit on bad.
Go on here.
On here.
Right here.
I knocked the blood.
I'm out of ammo.
I'm gonna ape that guy with the rampage right now.
Okay. Check headshot 74 purple on Ash.
I didn't fucking hit a single shot yet.
Shit on.
I got a
I'm
bat.
self-pressing. The Ash is
Batting.
one.
I tethered someone.
I'm self-pressing.
Yeah. I'll watch over you. Right here.
Healing.
You got one knock,
10
right?
seconds and I'm 200 HP.
Try to kill one.
Guess what?
Ash headshot.
Get a guy.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2.
There's something weird.
Know.
There's something
I
weird.
got knocked behind.
The Ash is really low. Ash was really low.
I hit her for like 30 and she didn't die.
I don't know.
How did this guy just kill? Did he kill both of us?
He's control there. They're just pad players, dude. Fuck!
Holy shit. Hey, Tuzi.
Can't do anything, dude.
That's it for me, boys. Sorry.
Yeah.
6 and 12 Eva, bro. Holy shit. What now, dude? What the fuck now?
GG's, love you boys. Peace.
Yeah, peace.
Look for someone else. Be back 1 sec.
I'll look for the last guy.
Just kidding, boys. Let's go.
Kidding?
Yeah, I get it.
Why?
Mendo's playing with Graceful and people, I think.
Yeah. Fucking yeah. Our price said that like 7 times to you.
Hmm.
You don't remember? You didn't hear it?
No.
Dude, holy fuck, dude. It's time to play this character. I don't know what Arbred did.
It's fine.
I back. Wait, these what?
Yeah, we're chilling.
We're playing fucking you right now though.
Why is Taxi here?
Ready.
What? Wasn't Taxi going Baba? What, Mendes said fuck you?
You heard wrong.
Oh, my bad.
Giga Chad.
そうと気づく前にあの世へ送ってやるよ。死は無知な者に忍び寄る。知性は生存へと導いてくれる。
すべてを見つけに行きましょう。今回のチャンピオンです。
I'm definitely not gonna order a large again.
Are you ordering food again?
No, he's not gonna order a large next time.
Oh. Yeah, that shit fucking works.
I got a small one.
What's up, you? What's up, Pebbles?
You got a small?
No, this is the large. I'll get a small one.
I was about to say 800 calories for small, dude. That's simulation. 900.
There's a guy here on me. Oh, good server.
Ooh, gold havoc, man. I do a little brrr.
Okay.
Someone's right in front of us, man. Right in front of us.
I cannot play.
Sorry. Yeah.
Hey.
Above me. On the left here, they're pushing Taxi.
I'm so laggy, bro. I have to sit here.
Crack the loba.
There's no way.
Come in here, come in here, come in here. Unless you guys can 2v3, come in here, because I am unable to play the game.
Dude, he's won!
So hard.
140! There's no way I missed all my shots on him, dude. Oh my god. He bought your headshot, man. I almost win it, dude.
I have fucking 19 bullets. Otherwise, I'd go fucking 1v2 right now. Is one knocked? No.
No, he was almost knocked. Oh.
Cheating with the wingman, dude.
Here. Give me cells. If you have any. Make sure you pull. I have one now.
We need to hurry up. We're gonna lose this banner.
That's all you. I can't do anything about that. I'm telling you, I can't.
Cracked him. Alright, now we have a problem.
Loba's 1.
Where is she?
I cracked the Wraith. I am unable to move. Yeah, like it's so cringe, man.
Put them at all.
Can you get inside?
Inside.
Yeah. I have self-res.
Hit it.
Oh, that is big.
You don't have to hold the door. You don't have to hold the door.
Fucking hell, bro. How much damage that do?
Dude, that guy is crazy with the wingman, dude.
He only hits headshots. Yeah.
Yeah, he only headshotted.
He didn't headshot me.
Headshot me.
Now I hope they die.
Now can't aim. Now he can't aim.
Which one?
The fucking low body.
Why did we die? Why did we die to them? Dude, I hit him for 140, dude. If I just hit one more EVA shot.
But you were there and I was there and there we are. You know? When you're there and I'm over there and we're not there together.
I mean, I was trying to let you guys know that I wasn't able to play the game. I don't know if you saw Mandy, but I couldn't move.
I know. I was trying to get to you guys, but I got fucking body shot, headshot on the way over.
Yeah, okay.
And I had only 20 energy ammo, so I was trying to play it off his barrels.
I don't know. I just turned around and thought I could, fucking, I don't know, smoke him. And I did 140 on him, and then I missed 7 EVA shots in a row. That's lucky.
RPI, you need to pop the barrels there, like, because if you pop them, then they can't shoot the bottom. They have to do 200 or whatever damage to the barrels.
When you self-res?
When I was going to self-res, yeah, you had to like break the one that was at the glass window, and one of the ones in the corner.
But I fucking instead of hitting the barrel, I hit the Wraith for 150. So it worked out.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Maybe we just save that guy and then play on the outside there.
Yeah, he hit me really hard too, and I had one soul only, so. Just kind of like.
He body shot, headshot you, right?
Yeah, headshot, body shot, Lola.
King.
The king of just the best women player in the world, on the planet, in the planet of the worlds. Energy Deepa again. You get like a lot of packet loss when you play NU? Taxi?
Hmm?
You get a lot of packet loss when you play NU?
Just some servers are bad forever.
Yeah, that's
I usually
that's
just fly off the map when I get 400 ping on Tokyo. Because it doesn't get better, it's easier to just go again, get insta Q.
Exit lag helps me though, when that happens. Or you start my game with exit lag and
Hashtag ad.
Nope, not even hashtag ad. I was sponsored by NordVPN actually. Was. Wish I was sponsored by exit lag. Now.
Does it actually work? Like?
Oh yeah.
It actually does.
Packet loss, yeah.
Yeah, I just remember there was like a leak thing that said sort of the same, but that shit was a scam.
Well, exit lag just makes your routing better, that's all it does. And it does it only for your game, not for your entire game. So it won't mess with your stream and shit.
Hmm. Anyone want a 2 to 4?
I'm good.
I'm kinda stuck.
Yeah, coming to you.
I don't know what to do, I have one so.
Here.
Oh, 3 now.
You have a 2 to 4 you don't need?
There's a 2 to 4 in the middle.
I'm fucking picking it up. Alright, strike rifle.
Oh, they're close.
It is fucking.
Oh, no. Holy shit, very close.
Yeah, on the right. Fuck, I'm getting fucking naded.
Yeah, my god.
They can't push now. I should not.
There's one behind you.
I gotta go down.
Burning him. 25.
Okay, I got no more mids. I only have a bat. I can't even heal full. You guys reduce or anything for me?
Not here.
Bro, where are my bullets going?
We're getting turret right now. One of them got knocked.
90 blue. 9 blue Pathfinder.
I don't like that.
They're resting bubble.
Holy shit, okay.
Go back up.
Octane's one from the new team. He's knocked.
Dude, I didn't hit a shot. Yeah, you guys farming.
I have no idea what's happening. But I'm here to listen.
Oh, no.
I'm just reloading in his face, bro.
You're gonna get scared.
Any wingmen, dude? I'm killing wingmen after I got destroyed all.
New scan.
Oh, wingman.
We're dropping an armor club in here. Good push.
What is scanning?
Oh, fuck, dude.
Where the fuck was that from?
Here. Bye.
From...
It's 4. Fuck, no, what? 153 on him.
Just hit you with a fucking aid, bro. That's not great.
Oh, it's fucking loaded.
I'm looking at them. They want to slide down.
He smoked us.
Sliding down alone here on me. Nah, he's not. 90 purple.
He has an RE45 with a...
120 on the fucking wall.
I did 50 on 2 of them.
I ulted him,
Wall cracked again.
Alone there.
Yeah, he is alone, but I can't push him. Cracked him? Nice. You're the knockdown main, bro. Your mom, fat.
Shit on. Flat down.
70 on him.
Good
He ran out here. He ran, I think. I'm not joking, he probably blocked the res out there.
Good. I'll go back as well. Dropping it right here.
Don't even ask me how they did.
We're good.
Dropped you gold back, Mandy. Crypto! The fuck is that, bro?
I mean, we're just in, you know, in a common spot.
Yeah. Their mom's up their mom's fucking asshole. That's what we are. Take my point.
There's sea shields in here. Wait, someone's here.
My port's good. My port's really
99.
good.
What do you mean take your port? It's 200.
What? How am I supposed to know that?
Oh, now port's going.
Oh, what the fuck?
You have to jump down.
I'm just dead. I'm dead.
It's only 2.
Yeah. You're not holding.
How am I supposed to know they're on my port?
I don't know. I wish I had gold knockdown, dude. That'd be sexy.
God, you suck, Crypto. I hate him.
That was crazy. Nice. Really organic. Fun gameplay.
Weird. This EU is being like always. Nothing new.
They didn't loot me or anything, by the way.
Problem here is that how to get your banner and here.
You can't get Tyson banner.
Yeah, fine. I didn't know that the game was ending bonsai. That's my bad.
Yeah, me neither, man.
I don't know, dude. That's fucking weird.
Very.
I get the two first team, but like this team,
no point for them to be here at all. Absolutely zero reason for them to be anywhere near this fucking place. This late. Like if they third parted, you know, in the first minute of us fighting, I'll get it.
He's flying after you with the crypto.
Yeah, you can keep flying all you want.
You wanna plug me here?
I mean, if you really want to, I will, but it's not probably not very smart.
I'm down. Okay, kill them. Holy shit, dude. That's crazy, man.
They're really bad, dude. Like, absolutely bullshit. Peter players.
They took the. They didn't take the car or anything, by the way.
I want to hear their comms.
What?
I want to hear their comms.
Are they streaming?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Holywhirl and Kira and Subset.
Oh, they're coming right now.
I'm running a little bit back.
I'm going all the way to the car, bro.
Good.
I can always pick you up later.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he took anything?
No. I have a lot of meds. Meds. There.
Come pick you up.
Yeah, you can. That was fucking wicked, man.
Thanks, man. Did my best there. I'll drive after I pop mid.
No.
I don't think we should go right side.
Why? Sure.
We kinda have to though. Can we drive through terminal? Or we just go through the field?
We can go through here, it's easy. We should be able to get through, right?
Yeah,
that's easy. Oh my god, dude. I got a crust from a wound in my nose, dude. It's annoying me.
Looking at us. They're probably behind us. I'm sending it here.
Yeah, do it.
You can hit the rift. Oh my god, I will. You wanna hit the rift? I wanna hit the rift. Ah!
Yeah, go in.
Oh shit, I'm gonna be dead.
I'm good.
What the fuck is that?
What is that?
Did you hit it? I almost hit it, bro. I fucking
Dude, what is that? Why is that a thing, dude?
People here, people here. They don't know, just hide. It's a full team. Oh, they know, they're getting close.
You wanna get back or what?
I did 90 purple and 500.
フラグを投げる。フラグを投げる。シールドをリチャージ中。
I only saw 2, man, no cap.
敵に狙われてるわよ。
We might have to go back.
Oh, no, everything's doable.
45 purple raid.
Love to what you say.
Yeah, I see raid in a path. What do you see?
I haven't seen the first
path.
I saw path for half a second.
Yeah, I only see 2, man. I haven't seen their third in a while.
シールドをリチャージ中。
Or at all, I mean.
I need fucking this. I am.
He's running. Pretty sure the third is dead. 90 purple and red.
They see me. I'm walking up behind him, right?
Path 90. 90 purple and path.
Like
rage below. 45 purple and raid. Yeah, just I do 100%. Unless their 30 is fucking
yeah.
Special, dude. Is he on the roof?
Yeah, 90.
That's a different team, by the way, shooting.
Oh, there's a guy coming behind me, yeah. Crab. Crab on me.
What do we do? You wanna run down? 90 purple and 500.
We can go back if you want.
Yeah,
back to the storm.
We don't have a lot of time, bro. We gotta go now.
I have heat shields.
Okay. Yeah, but we can't eat the tube. I don't. There's a team here where it's wraps. Oh, there is a. They're fighting in front of me.
I just got cocked, I think. I just got cocked.
This is
Please
really
don't
bad.
kill me there. What?
This is really bad. I walked into a big fight. Ah! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
No, fucking hell, dude.
Man, there's so many, man.
Yeah.
That's the fucking idiots, bro. That fucking. They keep the shit out of us.
What? Dude, there's no shot.
What is going on, dude? Maybe I shouldn't have shot, bro. Oh, you fucking.
I don't know what they're doing. Cool. They chased you all the way here?
Oh.
Huh?
No.
No?
No.
There's one plus 3 in front of you.
Oh man, you got some big balls.
You can go inside.
Yeah, I want to do that, but...
Is he loba looting?
Yeah.
Banner.
Banner. What are you smoking?
Free res?
I know, but I don't have health meds.
You have heat
I don't have fucking... I have 4 syringes. No, I'm looking.
You could just go. If you have another heat shield, don't you?
No.
It doesn't.
You only picked 1 up from that guy?
Pop a syringe. Can you make it?
There's only 1.
Can you make it if you're full health?
Okay.
I don't know if you can make it.
Definitely make it.
Oh, you got a big giraffe.
Yeah, I had to pop a fucking syringe. I was fucking cool. Why are they looking? Like, why are you turning around? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's because that's very important to look behind.
Why? They're shooting at someone and they turn around. I don't understand. What?
Hey. +7
What an
DRP.
enjoyable game though.
Grinders we are. IPP. IPP.
What happened? What happened when I stopped listening?
What? No,
Like,
we just fucking, we ran. We got the car. Got the car out.
The team that was like on edge fighting you was them.
Hmm.
Like the loot boxes you were looting were them. Were theirs.
Yeah. I'm sad I died there. God. This is play.
The team that killed us at Bonsai landed orbital cannon and rotated to Bonsai.
I don't even know where that is.
Orbital cannon is the dogshit POI next to Grow Towers on the edge of the map.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Oh, dude, I wasn't fucking ready. Our bro was like, my bro was like, yeah, take my fucking board. I slide down and just 2 people on it. I don't know if our bro's back. Fuck it.
Blue armor down here.
Fuck, man, a man can piss. Are we contested?
Yeah, over here.
Yeah.
Yes, we're contested.
I got no gun.
2 blue armors here. R9. Or R3, not R9.
Who's the quickest game?
It's all 3 under. They're all 3 under. Like, what the fuck are they doing?
I got no gun, eh? I'll go up to...
Oh, I almost fucking jumped off.
I'll go up to Texas.
Okay.
Blue armor's up here. You coming up? Nope.
Nope.
Dar,
Going
over
over
me. They're fucking full sending towards me.
Good. What the fuck? The fuck men, dude? Fuck men.
Men? Men fucking?
Love some men fucking.
Men.
Stupid ass motherfucker. Up here. Is that a different team?
Behind us, full team. Rampage fucking, there's no shot. Dude,
Very good.
Dude, I don't know what's happening right now.
Not very good.
They're climbing up.
They're on the roof, yeah. You should put a trap here.
They're running away now.
What's that? The one guy just ran next to us. He climbed up here.
Yeah, he triggered my trap up there.
Oh, his mom's so fat, bro. Holy shit.
Blue armor.
Flat armor on that guy with a bow.
Who's that guy?
I don't know.
I have no health mats.
I have,
Here.
sorry.
They're on a roof or some shit. Oh, above us, like on a...
Shit on. He's one, 32 HP. 81. I did 100 to
Red dead, red dead.
New team again. Who's that? Dude, who are you?
No, it's not open, dude. I'm dead. Who the fuck are these guys, bro?
I don't know how he didn't die. I just fucking juiced on him.
How are we getting pushed, man?
I got an entire guy slide jumping into me, and I don't hear a single thing at all. Not one.
I don't know. I think that this is fun.
Right.
And surely it won't get worse. Is the play to land face driver or what? On EU?
The place is to plug a dildo up your ass and let him all fuck you through
on
it.
EU, you don't fight at all. People only third party in EU. You can't fight at all. It's been like this since the first day we played. As soon as you take one fight, 3 or 4 teams are pulling up.
I'm losing my juices in the brain. In my brain, the juices. What is the? Am I playing Gibby? Am I playing Gibby? We playing Beefy Boys with Wallhack?
Yeah.
What would Gibby have done there though? Like I
Nothing.
feel like
maybe Gibble.
it was just 3 team that pushed us. The only thing I could have done better there is one clip the Octane. But I put him to 32 HP.
I killed the Wraith instead because you're shit on her.
We definitely scattered too much, like.
Yeah, I was trying to finish him because he had Sulfurous and Blue Armor and I didn't really have meds, so I wanted to fucking just finish him and swap him. But, you know, the bitch is a knockdown main, so it took me a year.
Knockdown main.
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, man, if you didn't panic and chill there with me, we actually just fucking shit on them.
Where?
Like in the stairway kind of place.
Oh, yeah, I took like 130 or something from the Octane.
Yeah, I pumped the Wraith for I think 270 total. And I did 170
yeah,
to
and
Octane.
when you pumped her, I just jumped in her face with Eva and smacked her. Well, maybe I should have just.
Oh, that was a different one then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I pumped a
Different
Wraith. Grey Wraith. Like Asu Wraith.
Yeah, there was like a Octavo or something.
Yeah. Guess I killed the wrong one. Wait, that Havoc skin is fucking juiced though, dude. I love it.
It is pretty good, but I don't know if I have it actually.
Emerald Abstraction. It's
It looks
way better
good.
than any other skin they've made for Havoc.
It's not new though.
Yeah, but I've never had it before.
Diego has used it for a long time.
I've never had that shit before. I don't know why. I've never bought it.
Don't buy shit in this game.
Weekend, loser.
It came out the same season the Octane thing came out. The blue and gold Octane skin.
Oh, really?
I want to say it came out with the water gun R301 around that time.
I see.
Here. Now I'm plugging in the troll and I'm playing like Gen Bird.
No fucking way we lose everything. Not like we won anything before, but Chad, I got some juicy commissions for the debut. Holy shit! I managed to get some really good artists to do some pieces for me. I'm busting.
Bro, if we got siphons in ranked, it would be so fucking good.
What?
Like health or
siphon.
Or
Oh yeah, yeah, 100%.
Full kill. It would
Yeah,
be so
100%.
insane.
Shut it.
25 shield, 25 HP.
Yeah, or 50 even.
Yeah, I mean like at 25 of both, you know? You get HP
No.
and shield.
So how it would work is if you're missing HP, you get HP. If you're missing shield, you get shield.
Oh yeah, but
Like
Yeah, like in
Just
Fortnite.
tops you up.
Like in Fortnite, exactly.
Yeah.
If you're missing both, it starts with your base shot.
I didn't get a weapon.
I have a Chemcock. Guy down here, he's got purples. Cracked one of the purples, he's going for the other one.
I don't know. Like he's better than me, I guess. I did 110 to Bloodhound. First floor.
Yeah, I cracked the rate as well. Shit, purple.
Oh,
one
it's
rate.
easier now. They can't play roof. They can't play roof. I blocked their doors.
Okay, wait. I'm trying to get a second weapon real quick, man.
Climbing up on me. He's in the open. 3 shots.
I can see him. There's 2 of them on me. I'm going down.
They're pushing, they're pushing. I cracked
yeah,
one.
I'm going down.
They're coming, they're coming. Octane's flash. Knock.
Oh no. Enemy.
Knock. Watch over me, I'm batting.
I got burned. Wait.
I think I heard someone above him, and it could be wrong though. Okay.
I'm playing the safe right now. I'm medkitting.
The purple on this guy.
Yeah.
Medkitting. Did you finish the other idiot?
No.
I'm queuing over. That's a third party.
New team.
Yeah, we gotta go for banner, finish this idiot, and go.
Where are you?
Alright, run north.
Mandy, are you on roller?
They're right behind us.
You look like you're on roller.
What do you mean? No, sexy. Fuck. I missed that. That was unlucky. Alright, dude, go plug them in. I'll hold them out, alright? Holy fuck, they're all 3 here.
Yeah, we fucking did. I shouldn't have done this. That was.
we're fine.
We go. Carrier is looted, by the way.
Yeah, we killed him.
Are we just chilling in a building?
Do we stay here, man, or do we go carrier?
We killed one. 120 on one guy.
On the roof on the left. Cracked the Valve 20 flush.
On my roof.
Here. Almost got blood on. I got a bat. On my door, on my door, on my door. 27!
Fuck, no more bullets, dude.
I'm self-resing. Can you cover? No, I'm dead. No. He's in my building. Chasing Manda.
Oh, the door opened through me. I just witnessed the door open inside me.
Yeah, of course you're trying to come back. I'll do 27 minutes for each other. 27.
Dude, let's stop playing you. Stop playing you.
Fully charged PK. 27, dude.
Dude, let's stop playing you. You people are weird. I don't know. There's nothing in the water over here. Please go in A, please. Please.
Join me.
Dude. Yeah.
I'm on east.
Love
I wanna
God,
win some RP, dude. It's impossible. Because they're EU. You mad at me? Please?
I need some invite too. I need an invite.
Yeah, I can join. I can join taxi.
Join now. Should be open soon.
Yeah, it is.
For myself.
Mandy, look at me. Look at my stream real quick.
Alright. Oh. Yeah.
And then it pushed me.
Oh, yeah, you. Oh. Now what's wrong with that? He's straight up better than you, that guy. Straight up better than you.
私が必要なんでしょう。行きましょう。
リングは魔物だ。科学は人に詫びない。私もそうだ。
今回のチャンピオンです。
Shut the fuck up!
Prestige
2 months, welcome back.
Subscribed for 2 months. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Two fat guys and break time. Fuck.
Welcome back, Prestige. Appreciate you. I thought. But how are we free? How is no one here? Oh, there is someone. Is there someone? One team super light on the right. I think they whiffed middle and only one is top right.
Oh, and we just got scanned.
Fucking. What does he have? Blue armor in there. Can we go? I only have an alternator, but I wanna go.
Okay, no Rex.
Coming up, coming up.
No Rex again.
Oh, he's low.
One on flash. I mean, he's so controller. 1 HP there.
Where?
He ran away like a fucking pussy, dude.
Oh.
That was ridiculous.
117. Oh my god, so low on that guy.
Look at the
Yeah.
You can play my note.
This guy just doesn't give a fuck about smoke.
Nice. How's guys doing, right? That Bloodhound was a control, bro. Fucking zero brain cells involved in any sort of gameplay he can ever fucking put out.
I literally didn't do anything. I ran one way, I got shot in the back. I ran the other way, I got shot in the back. Nice.
I did 500 damage.
I hit 106 on the fucking what's his name? This fucking Bloodhound. He turns around and he just fucking one clips me on white armor like in 5 milliseconds. It doesn't miss a single bullet.
So he's straight up better than you.
Yeah,
he hit me with 3 wingman shots through caustic gas.
Aim misses does not discriminate.
Have you ever thought of the possibility that he was just literally better than you?
You ever thought of shutting the fuck up?
I thought about that too, but I never did it, you know?
I know.
Have you ever heard about getting free recoils moving without even moving your aim?
Oh, the controller thing?
Recoil smoothing is not a controller thing.
No, but it's easier to do on controllers than it is to...
You get it for free. Whether you want it or not, you get it.
Smooth these nuts. Let's go.
Recoil smoothing on these nuts. So.
They're over there, down there in solar. Let's go. They're fighting. I'm molding. I wanna fight someone. I wanna shoot him in the face twice. Maybe 3 times.
I need a 3-1. I want a 3-1. Something that. I got a 3-1.
I play M key for comp. I would never play controller. I'd rather not compete than play controller competitively. That's where I'm at mentally. There's a 3-1 here.
I'm Car Masdiv.
Wingman Masdiv. If you had the choice
7, 8, 9.
Of retiring right now, or being forced to play controller in competitive. What would you choose?
Controller competitive, 100%.
Fucking retire on the spot, dude. That shit looks boring as shit.
I think chill.
Boring? It looks boring as fucking isn't. Doesn't even look like Apex.
It's chill though. I like playing control sometimes.
Nah, like, cause then I could just literally sit there and shit on controller and say how fucking broken it is, and people will have to agree because I'm playing on it.
True, but you also get bored of it.
No, they don't. They don't.
Yes.
I was sitting with I was sitting and talking with Jim Burton, and Jim Burton was like, dude, control is fucking easy. Like overall it's harder, but aiming close range or whatever, you can't win against controller. And he was like, yeah, dude, controller is fucking easy close range. You never lose 1-1. If you do that, you're a dog shit player. And he was like, yeah, it's fucking strong. And I was like, yeah, it's kind of strong. And then, dude,
Snipe down, it's the same thing.
50 frogs come out. Dude, why don't you play controller then? Dude, I just agreed with him. What's wrong? And they're like, oh, it's looks like gone. Dude, what? What do you mean?
Controller players have like no brain cells at all. Like, I can't be convinced otherwise, man. Motherfuckers could find, like, you could just say con, and they'll fight you on the spot.
Do, but the majority, no. The majority is just like fucking brain dead, brainwashed apes.
Did you see PvP's what's that Twitter post about how they should buff controller?
Yeah, he got flamed.
And every controller player just flamed him. It's like he wrote yeah, they should be able to like have long range aim assist, and like they should, and his entire every single comment was just, why don't you play it? It's so easy. Like they didn't even read what he wrote, dude.
I'm telling you.
Straight up just read the controller, and then they fucking just went ham.
You could be talking about a controller for a fucking TV, like a TV remote, bro, and he'll con and they'll start flaming on me.
It's true. Don't generalize controller players. That's cap. You're definitely gonna get generalized.
I cracked one.
I am not fighting. I'm going back. I literally running back.
I did a little give ult on them.
There's 2 teams coming. I already heard it. I got shot on the side, and there's another team coming on the side from them.
There's a box here, I'm gonna check. There's 3 boxes here, purple.
Oh shit.
2 girl boxes, brothers. Juice.
Okay, can you guys give me more nades now? I used 6 in that fight.
There is, right there.
I'm too lazy to come back.
Like, I can't do. You're just dog shit.
So mad.
140.
45 flash, 1 shot.
I am 100% down to fight here. I'm aping this building, and if there's people in it, I take it.
This, does he see the future?
On you.
Yeah, he is.
Don't die.
Trying not to. Help would be, you know. Finish him for me. Okay, I'll run in the other.
You got it. Leave you, Reaper. There's 5 teams here, I think.
Yeah, there's about 14.
No, please don't.
I'm here.
I'm ulting on the outside. Very good.
Oh,
wow. You just got controller. Fucking love them, dude. The controller players, dude.
Yeah, let's not generalize controller players.
No, that was his name. That was his name. I just read his name.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, let's not generalize them.
How do you speak to people after you put
like, people that play controller literally make it their whole personality.
Yeah, controller.
Aim assist.
Cracked it. Can't see. I'm dead.
I'm fucking throwing me up to you guys. Here.
I'm dead. I'm actually just dead.
That's 7 meters.
I had a fucking mob instead of heat shield again. I gotta stop picking up zombies, man.
Haha, karma.
What the?
Bro, I couldn't even see through the gas, and this guy hit me for a fucking 100 and something through the gas. Like, good.
No way someone would haha karma. Dude, this guy's controller too.
Holy shit, he's on controller. Oh yeah, just in your ass, like four inches deep into your ass.
I don't understand. How's this guy not? Why are you teabagging? Why is he teabagging? I almost killed him like 3 times.
Okay, why you sound like that, Mandy?
I mean,
I almost killed him 3 times.
That's true. I was stretching.
Swing.
Crazy. Motherfuckers, they're too good. Arma came right there. Dude, I'm in front of that guy's name.
Taxi, why your head shaped like that? Like what? Like what, motherfucker?
like a Tic Tac. Your head is shaped like a Tic Tac, dude.
MNK complain all the time, baby rage.
Go back, I'm peeing.
Fucking head-shaped motherfucker.
The same bot controller players who accused me of cheating and like, I'm happy I got banned for exploiting, literally use Bangalore in all of their games. 100% pig rate. Don't speak.
Every single time I died to a Bangalore shooting me from inside the smoke, it was a controller. It was a controller every single time.
What's the bang bug? Yeah, I don't know. Two seconds.
No! Oh. Thought it was him, dude. He's gone. He left it.
You can just join with him, like right click my name and then join
I know,
party
but
after.
he won't be ready.
Yeah, it's fine. We just dodged 20 stream snipers like that.
Suji to rank. Are you in fire range?
Yeah.
Why you don't play Taishin? Yep.
This is fair. This is fair. Yeah, this is completely fair.
Taishin,
I can't see him. Where is he?
Taishin got benched by
Where
Taxi.
is he? I can't see. It's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Working as intended.
But if you do it, you're gonna get banned. You know that.
And there are still control players who's like, I don't really know if it's a bug or not. Like, no one has said if it's actually a glitch. So how do you know it's an exploit?
Dude, you said exactly like every control player I've ever heard in my life.
How do you know it's an exploit if the devs haven't said it? Oh, you mean like I use alt dashing? Oh, you mean like alt dashing that's been in the game for 8 months and not been fixed or said that you can't use it?
Taxi, please stop talking. You look like a Tic Tac, dude. Please stop talking, dude.
Interesting.
Peace out, Kracheska. Good luck at work or whatever you go.
Is that hypocrisy? Is that double standards?
Dude, morale er godt, men dobbeltmorale er dobbelt så godt. I wish you could say that in English, dude.
Yeah.
That's the funniest shit ever, dude. Oh, how you can't even say that shit in English, dude.
No, you can't.
Oh my god. Holy fuck. Oh my god. That's a fucking crazy saying.
But you can actually. Double standards is double as good.
Yeah.
Sammy whammy with the Bangalore. Buggers.
You know, Taxi, if you did the Bangalore glitch in ranked, you would actually get banned.
I would.
You would 100% get banned.
I would get banned. And it's not even trolled. I did something that made me move faster and trolled with it, and it got me killed like 80% of our encounters. And I got banned for it. Imagine if I used a way to look through Bangalore smoke and the other people couldn't look back in ranked. Imagine if I did that. Imagine if I exploited a bug to gain an unfair advantage.
I said, first time I saw it, I said everyone who uses it should get banned, like suspended or whatever. And we'll see if they're gonna do it, because they usually do mass ban waves at the end of the split. We'll see. If they don't, then they're hypocrites. Like, straight up.
They're landing. There's a new team. Land, you guys.
Yeah, on my ass, in my ass, on my ass, all over my ass.
Dude, I got 3 nades.
Yeah, I need help. Mental. They're all coming to you, man. The 3 men deep.
Oh, didn't they go down? Go down. How about jitter aim?
That's also unfair. Unintended game mechanic to gain an unfair advantage.
I would be happy if they remove jitter aiming.
They won't. They can't.
They cannot.
Yeah, I know they can.
There's a guy down here.
I'm camping there.
And I would too, because it would inherently nerf controllers, and they would have to control recoil while also tracking.
And that would suck.
I'm going out.
Can you guys force them to my zipline so I stick one and kill them?
No, they're going out the opposite side.
Fucking bitches, man. These mother bitches, man. Crack the fucking vault. Outside.
Granada.
Granada. Walk along there. Batting.
I knew. Oh my god.
Not a single audio. Not a single footstep.
He's one shot, that guy. Oh.
I did 60 to
blood
purple.
Take one. Really one. Nope.
Nice. Play me out there. Play me.
Is anyone low?
No.
He armor swaps, bro. Fuck!
He's there.
Look how fucking low this. He armor swapped. If I knock him, I actually have a chance, dude.
If you played my knock there, it was GG.
Maybe, but I accidentally jumped off.
Accidentally. Copium.
No, because I saw him in front of me and I pressed space out of panic and then I flew off. I was gonna fucking tap straight back to you.
You could have also just slid inside me from the corner you're in.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. You definitely could have.
But I was fucking from where I was. The short I got in purple armor.
Yeah, in the corner, yeah.
And then I had to pick up a wide armor swap that was a little bit far away from me.
But yeah, that was good. I was holding an angle on the guy that was outside double doors, and then I just get walked up on my left with no audio.
Yeah, in your own gas. I said. I was pointing about it while it was
There was no gas there, but yeah.
In gas, in ass. So much ass. Manda's fault.
Audio has not always been trash.
I agree. I'm gonna VIP that guy. He said Manda's fault.
I don't know what Manda did, but I agree with that guy.
Yeah, you should have. I don't know. You should have seen. I was walking upstairs, and I got a whole guy just walking straight into me.
I like how people actually look for, like, when you play rank, like, I never really look for who to blame when we lose a fight. Like, it's not like competitive where you like think about like, oh, whose fault it is. I just go next. People actually sit in chat and they're like, yeah, it's his fault. It's his fault.
Luckily the test was negative, so poggers.
Alright, nice ABC. 3 months, welcome back. Glad you're negative. Muy good, Sarieto. Alright.
It's madness what you guys lost this fight. He split off again. He was 27 meters to the left.
That's what people do though. I think it's a way of engaging and trying to be like a part of the stream.
Yeah, but that's not how you. That's how you piss off the streamer, not engage with him.
Yeah, I don't know. People
Like,
don't know
even-
that, really.
even
other
if-
people doing other streams though, like big streamers and shit. A lot of people sit there and they're like, "Oh, that was X person's bad." They're like, "Oh yeah, it is," and then they're like, "Oh, they got some validation from the stream." Like, "Oh yeah, what I said was true." But they're just gonna keep doing it in other people's streams too, you know?
I just feel like if someone's talking, like, telling me what someone did wrong and then blames my teammates that I'm playing ranked with, like, I don't really like want that shit in my chat. Like, first and foremost, I'm the fucking pro player. I know what went wrong. I don't need your ass to fucking sit here and backseat me on what went wrong in a fucking rank game. Like, relax. Secondly, like, no one asked, you know? No one fucking asked. And then they use that to fucking insult the people you're playing with, you know? They use that as an excuse to insult people. That's what pisses me off.
I don't even care anymore. Dude, something that's crazy to me is, like, let's just say I'm sitting and playing with you guys, right? There's actually some people out there that have like your chats up on the other side, you know?
Oh god.
So they like sit and read what other people are writing about them in like your chat or whatever.
About them?
That's crazy to me. Oh yeah.
Like when you're playing with them, rank?
Yeah.
Who does that?
Oh, there's some people out there that do that 100%.
I know Snipe did that with house chat.
Snipe Town. The homie.
Why would he do that? He was such a dumbass, dude.
That's straight up just fucking having a bad day.
Yeah, but
straight
he
up.
did it all the time, dude. Apparently.
Straight up having a bad day.
Like, why would you want people, like, see people talk shit about you, you know?
It fuels some people though.
I guess, yeah. I don't know, for me it's just like it's like TMI, you know, just too much information in your head when you see that much messages. It's boring.
Oh.
Someone said maybe he's a masochist. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe he loves it, dude. People talk shit. Holy fuck, Snipe played bad there. Dude, sitting there with a fucking massive baller, dude.
Maybe he misplays on purpose so people will just fucking roast the shit out of him and loves it.
That'd be crazy.
I don't know, but I personally, I don't like the mentality of blaming. I don't know. I feel like that's such a bad mentality in competitive overall. Because shit happens in games all the time, man. Like, you can, like, yeah, some shit you can control, but most of the times you can get shit on with something that
Someone
you can't
time out
control.
AJ Pogo. No one else.
Can we time out AJ Pogo, please?
Yeah.
Can we get a timeout on him, actually? In every single stream in the world, right now.
Actually, can we get a perm ban in every stream I'm modded?
We go for that gold Marin or do I throw it off the map?
Oh, okay.
Throwing it off the map.
I'll go there. I'll go Paul him.
I'm just straight running to guard them.
13 squads, that means there's only 12 squads that can pull up for a fight right now.
Only, dude. Once that number gets to like 7, we're good. We can handle 7, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, I just punch boosted. Did you guys see that?
Huh?
Yeah, I punch boosted. It's still possible.
Yeah, I know. I did it first day I came back.
Yeah, you just have to do it with a bunch of speed.
when falling, you can do it.
The way it works for me is after I like slide off something and then hit the fucking punch boost of something, then I propel myself further a little bit. Well, you can't do it.
If you do it right, you can edge boost with it.
They're fighting Energy.
Yeah, I'm not going there.
Okay. A little bit, just a little peek.
You can go. I just won't get your banner.
Fuck, man, do you hear this guy?
You scared, bro? You scared? I would've went.
I'm going. Dude.
You're a scaredy cat. You're gonna knock 5 people. I'm ready for this. You're gonna knock 5 people. The last guy has 10 HP, and they're all 5 gonna res.
They're not even here anymore.
What the fuck?
You good?
Me? I'm good.
Yeah. What the dude? I'm here.
What happened?
So, dude, someone said my camera was bright, and I was like, no, it's not. I went down and looked. I was the whitest motherfucker on this earth, dude. Holy shit. Dude, you good, Mr. T?
I don't know. Don't give a fuck.
Doesn't care. What? Why?
What? Oh, great shit.
But Daniel Parado TikTok. Jesus, fucking people cared. Everyone cared.
Are they on your building?
Yep.
Two arc stars.
On your roof, like on your roof's roof. And on me.
86 on the roof, guy. Ash.
45 blown one.
That guy next to you. 40 on one guy.
1 HP on the Loba, she's 10 health. That nice. I gotta heal, I gotta fucking pin this.
What the fuck are you?
I hit him right above me.
Hey, you gotta work. What the fuck?
I think someone's woken up, no cap.
Why Tom Cruise, dude?
Maybe not. Man was talking shit and he almost died mid shit talk. Why Tom Cruise, bro?
But dude, Tom Cruise already white, dude. I don't understand.
What the fuck is he trying to say?
Now this is epic. What?
What the fuck is his name? Michael. Fuck. We lost so much RP today, it's not even funny. We're RP grinders. Oh my god. It's on the shower, dude.
Wait, how can it stand there? Damn. Oh, dude.
Shut the fuck up!
Apex Zach just resubscribed for 2 months.
Zach, thank you for 2 months. Welcome back. They're farming, bro. People are not ready for us. I like how Taxi just walked in here while me and Manda were in fucking Narnia. He just walked in here and he just took over this building and just delayed. People just let him leave. 45 purple. Their third is there. Third is very split.
56. Oh, dude, I could feel that. I should have walked to that guy.
He's trying to zip on us. This is Pathfinder. He might. Yeah, he's taking it. He's fucking 1 HP. Oh, fucking shit, dude.
That's my dog behind us. 180.
I'm gonna start nading like crazy. I don't care about my well-being, I'm just nading. Let me get in your ass.
You can just blame me.
I suck. Oh, Pathfinder. I think Pathfinder rose someone.
That'd be the only thing out. No, bled out. I know, it's only one.
Holy shit, his mom.
Ah, you're dead.
Oh, it's the same
him. Oh, that's the guy that's teabagging earlier. What the f? Oh no, on me.
I'm coming. I think it's the raid, right? Yeah, it's the raid, It's Sultan. Oh,
holy
new friends. I'm going here.
There's people on me. Are you guys coming or?
Yeah, there's 2 teams. We have a difficulty.
I'm here. I don't know, I'm not dead yet.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is dank. Give me a helmet, Mandy.
No fucking way, dude. Another Bangalore. I'm in a one-way smoke. I'm dying.
118. Dude, where's the thing?
I didn't get to loot anyone for men. Dude, I'm fucking out.
Same. That guy, dude, this motherfucker, dude, he's standing on that thing.
45 purple on him.
90 on the Octane.
I am out.
Octane's one, then kill him. Oh, dude, oh, they're so disgusting.
Give me purple, 35. 45 red on one.
Give me one, give me one.
No!
Okay, come on side.
I can't.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know why we went outside of the building. It's just fucking troll.
We should never leave the building. Holy shit.
It's actually like better than scrims.
That being said, Taxi, you left the building first.
Yeah.
I followed you. I was following the IGL.
What are we thinking here?
You get the banners and pluggers, that's what I'm thinking.
That would be mega juice, by the way.
Look at us.
Oh, dude, guys.
Well, glad we placed a mobby there.
We are back in business, dude. Let's go, baby. We're back in business, boys. Come on.
Boys are back in town.
I'm looking.
We have a car. We have a car. Wait, no one's coming.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Real life?
Yeah.
No way. There's no way they're not walking trophies right now.
Second chances, dude.
Second
happens.
They actually just let us do that. Oh. We should craft some bats, I think.
I have some.
I got none.
Here. I got 2. You can also craft if you want.
Don't leave, just fucking craft. Come craft with me, please don't leave.
I'm looking, you guys got that.
Because we have a car.
We have heat.
Yeah,
I'm good with that. I'll go get it. Actually, you go get it, Mandy. It's over here.
Fire.
Yeah, I need to loot ammo.
I got the car. Holy fuck, dude.
I have 7 bats. No, 6 bats with your bat.
Yeah.
Me too.
Where are we playing?
Right side somewhere.
We're playing in a house somewhere.
Right, you want to fucking
left. Bottom floor, bottom floor.
You ready?
Like this.
Okay, okay.
Go.
Dropping you 2 bats, Taxi.
Oh my god, they're fucking burning, man.
Taxi, 2 bats right here.
Yeah. I'm just gonna
2
go
bats?
here.
Yeah, it's 2 bats in the ground. I have 4. I have no cells at all.
Dude, it's the one that ends right here.
I think we dub out here.
Take those. Here. Fuck. You guys have cells? I have 0. I have 4 bats.
Yeah, I'll split half with you.
I'll give you 4.
I dropped 1 bat. That's gratitude.
Wait, there's a crab behind us, by the way.
Give me back 2. Give me back 2.
Fuck.
2 cells.
I have 3 cells, 3 bats.
Yeah, same.
Ah, we gotta just watch south and kill them and get their loot.
South is free, I think.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, 101 guy. South is free. I wanna fucking drive the car closer. Wait.
Why?
That's 3.
Now the whole server just shot at you.
Oh no. Oh no, it's fine.
I can open for you. Ask me.
Is it dog?
Now we lost this barrel, man.
Oh no.
Not the barrel, man.
Yeah, dude, fucking cracked them. They're gonna Valgold right here! They're gonna Valgold! Shoot them when they come out!
Well, the third didn't connect. He's stupid. Oh, they cancelled it. Stop walking in front of. You're so fat, man.
Dude, shut up. I'm burning them.
I helped them.
Open on me, please. Taxi, open.
Coming.
I have to open here.
I knocked you from the left.
I'm burning them. I'm hitting them all dead.
Hold on.
We can go through that in a second.
Yeah, okay. I'm coming. I'm noob behind you.
It's a solo.
60. I lied.
41,
48.
41.
Dead.
I'm sucking loot, I'm sucking loot. You're sucking loot, I'm doing nothing.
I'm in. Hey.
I got no
hey,
medkits.
Dude, I could have Valgone like 8 times.
Did we kill that Valk or no?
Yeah, I did.
You guys got the juice from that?
Not really, Amanda got the juice.
I got some juice. What do you need?
Did you loot the gold box?
Here.
No, I'm gonna do it now.
The gold box is thing, what's it called? Knockdown.
Oh, I got so much, I got so much. 5 bats, 15 cells. Who needs?
I put down a thing. We can play behind knockdown shield thing.
Taxi, come here.
Yeah, I need ammo also, like heavy or light.
I can give you 60 heavy.
Like, need. Yeah.
Here, give me a sec. I'll give you 80 because I'm wingman.
We're just gonna play on this side, right? Oh, there's like so many fucking. Where do we play here?
We play right side. Can we?
Yeah, but it's not gonna be in for a while.
That guy's fucking shit out then. What?
We gotta play like on this
Yeah, we
side,
play
I think.
close, I guess. This box right here?
We can play here.
Where?
No, but isn't this closer to the zone?
Yeah, yeah, that's really good, but we need to maybe... we can just slide there.
Keep up top though.
Fucking slid into this bitch like it's at the end. Guy looking at me here.
They can look behind us right here.
Yeah, I'll fix it.
Yeah, do that.
Bangalore 1 on the roof. Actual 1 sending a molly, killing her with this molly.
28. Good. Do I fuck
I'm burning her. Knocked her, knocked her, knocked her.
I'm nading up. This is gonna be crazy nade. No KG.
Batting, she's dead. She's full dead. She's
killed
full
her.
dead. She's full dead now. And I fucking shit on the
I'm
ash
gonna block
across.
the door in a second. Guy sliding over on the pipe.
180.
Yeah, 2 seconds. I'm griefing this door. I blocked it.
Oh no, not the teter.
Oh, they're one. They're all one.
We got the roof, I think.
Nade on my ping.
Dead, he's dead.
I'm taking high ground here.
Crack.
Whose game ult is this?
I'm gonna grief. That's theirs. They shot my shit.
Pinned one guy.
It's 2 teams, by the way.
Not one.
Okay,
More.
I gotta grab this.
Not above, all under. I have ult inside.
Dude, what? He's got
I ult
crazy.
inside. Play inside their bubble. Play inside their bubble. Don't go outside. Stop going outside of the bubble.
Knock one.
Yes, but why are you going outside? I call it.
Good. I naded 2 times inside.
I got fucking Krabered in the head. He no scopes in the head.
Oh no.
So lucky, bro. How lucky can you get? Actually, I think it was 6 months. What do you mean it's not lucky? Man, this is in front of him. I'm behind him, and he no scopes me in the face.
He's better than you.
That was like a 40-meter no scope. That's fucking bullshit, dude. Straight up bullshit. Of course they have Kraber. I haven't heard a Kraber shoot the entire game though.
I said that, Kraber.
Really? I usually block out half the shit you say though.
I said one of the teams has Kraber. I was playing video games though. That was crazy.
Lucky is a weak mindset. Like, if you say luck there, you're just fucking hard coping.
Bruh. That is the luckiest shit I've ever seen in my life.
No.
He's got an enemy in front of him and he shoots me in the face. Like, come on. I know that it's not always all luck. But shit like that, where I'm 225 health and I get Kraber no scope for 290, behind someone else is over bullshit. What's up, Kalia?
But there was no reason to peek them though.
No, I jumped down for an armor swap, but then they started smacking nades all over the place. So I jumped out of a nade and got no scoped in the face. Because I either tanked the nade or the Kraber.
We literally had the roof, we had the corners, we had everything.
But I just told you to jump down for an armor swap.
Yeah, but you had Bat's brother.
Yeah, but it's easier to just armor swap. Whoop, whoop, done. And I would have been fine. But in a Kraber.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if he has a Kraber there or a fucking P20. You're going to get cracked again at least.
What? Next to Mande's bubble? How? Just slide into it. How am I gonna get fucking... How am I gonna die there? Unless I get Kraber headshotted.
Bro, you're a professional player. How are you coping this much?
How are you smoking dick right now? He Kraber no-scoped me when I was full health. Hello? Stop smoking dick. I'm next to a bubble that I can walk into a meter next to me. If I don't get Krabered, I'm alive. I get Krabered, I die. There's no copium. Holy shit.
That's my bad, bro. Let's keep these immaculate vibes up.
Where's those?
Holy shit, man. All the Danes are just fucking dumb, I guess. He's telling me I'm coping because I got Krabered in the head. No, when I was next to your bubble.
I never said anything about it.
Why didn't you have Kraber? Okay.
Because I'm coping, dude.
You are.
I think it was a perfect time that I went out and got some food, dude. Or some drink. I mean.
He's so dumb, dude. I'm done. Done talking about it.
It doesn't matter. It's a rank game, dude. You win some, you lose some, right?
Well, next time, I'm not going to get Krabered. We're good. I'll survive that.
I can't believe you're this focused on the Kraber. Have I said something about the Kraber?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have fucking died if it wasn't Kraber. The play would have been fine. What do you understand?
No, the play is risky is what I'm saying. There's no...
Yeah, it's
dude,
ranked. Are we supposed to...
Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Forgot we played the LGS.
6 on 1 guy. Hey, shut the fuck up. Dude, 6 on 1 guy. We're playing on the right side, 2 of them.
I'm badding.
2 on the right side. Holy shit, bro. Both white armor.
Crack bow almost.
Good mods, just ban all the frogs right now.
I'm holding a cross. He crossed. I didn't hit him a single time. You're dead.
Oh, 40. Fuck. That is so much damage. You win that easy. You win that easy.
They both swinging me, dude. I did nothing.
I just got hit for 100 through the wall. Let's go. I just see him shooting the ground in front of me and I die.
Oh, I'm shit on them. It's crazy.
Ban that fucking retard. Let me see. Since mobs are not banning, I'm gonna be banning. How the fuck did you even get a fucking unbanned, you little piece of shit?
Wait. I have a good one right here. You ready?
Holy shit, man.
Tell Taxi to play Horizon. He banned me from chat. He is a peanut. No fucking way. Holy shit, dude. Dude, you got some crazy hate watchers. I'm still 100% convinced half of your people that watch you trying to get banned every single day in your chat, dude. Dude, what was it, like yesterday or 2 days ago? I was sitting in your stream. There was fucking, dude, there was some crazy people there.
Yeah, it's just like that. That's just a normal day.
We don't play scrims at all, man. We played them for like 2 weeks and they were really bad. Just waste time. I have a fucking headache, man. There's just no point in playing. We end up playing Stormpoint scrims just to fight off spawn every single fight. We win our fight off spawn just to get third-party by controller team that thinks that playing Edge on Stormpoint is gonna work in LGS and they're gonna place last in every fucking, you know, weekend fucking matches. And then they're gonna be like, why did we place last? Oh, dude, maybe edging doesn't really work on Stormpoint. Yeah, bro, I can tell you that right fucking now.
今回のチャンピオンです。
Whatever. Scrims are ass. It's the only thing that matters. The streams are ass, and my left eye is just annoying as fuck right now.
確かなる死に備えろ。
やってみましょう。
Teams that play like teams play scrims like it's ranked, and then they wonder why they do bad in tournaments.
Dude, I don't know why. I found this out like in season 7. Did you know you can do this jump right here, Taxi? Oh fuck, I fucked it up. I just did it 2 times in a row and then I fucked it up.
Nope. Did not know that. That's really good.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. You jump from this?
Yeah, you jump from a little pedestal.
Ah,
thing,
yes.
It's nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. If you ever see you do that, you already know who you're taught it by.
Yeah. But I learned it from the other side. I did the other side first.
No. Wrong.
So if you do it from the other side, you know how you know it. It's
so
because I did it first.
I'm gonna play both the game. 100%.
They're so stupid. Holy shit.
Dude, this house is fucking dog shit to hold then.
Yeah. I mean, it's dog shit regardless because of the angles you can get from here.
Yeah.
And raids can hide.
Burning.
Are you good or what?
What? I'm fucking looting. What do you want?
He's mauling a chat here.
Yeah.
I call him dumb. The chat hoppers here.
Yeah, it's like fuck the chat hoppers, bro. I already
I'm not
banned them
talking
in my
to chat hoppers. I'm talking to idiots asking me why we don't play scrims every single day. The same fucking question.
Dude, it's like people don't want to ask me shit. You
Yeah,
know?
it's like you don't know how good you have it. You just have people fucking spamming dog shit emotes in your chat all day.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing. I wish mine was just that.
What do you mean? Dude, what do you mean? I pick up a bow and all I see when I look over, Giga chat the bow time. You know? It feels good.
This guy has elevated game sense.
Dude, like, what do you mean? It feels good, man. You know? It's nice.
One here, one here.
I feel like my chat's only crazy when I play with our power and taxi, dude. And now it's a double juicer. Now it's going him.
I just want the full chat of vibe, please. On the fucking drop.
I don't mind fucking questions, but when it's just, why don't you play scrims? Why don't you do this? Then it's just fucking boring, dude. Ask me something new,
dude,
man.
It's cheating.
How does he see? What scope does he have?
I saw the way he aimed. He's cheating. 9?
Yeah. We just go in the building.
46?
Right. Which building?
Oh, dude, oh my god. 9?
It's pretty good, ABCRE.
46? Holy shit,
You're so
low.
healthy.
I left. What's
I'm right.
Good spot here. Solar. Most likely solar, yeah.
Or where does it end though? We don't have a scanner.
Check this.
Is it death time?
You can rotate. You can rotate here.
Oh man, I feel like it's death time, dude.
Ah! Okay, careful. There's an invisible wall. It's you have to tap straight around it. Tap straight around the wall.
I'm gonna do it for you.
Nah,
you see how clean mine was?
I'm too scared, bro. I'm too scared. No.
What a pussy.
This
is why you have no content.
I'm dead. How dare you insult my fucking content, dude?
Our brother's content is our brother's content is telling people the same fucking question over and over again.
Good shit, RPR.
Right.
I've seen no kissy. I watch RPR stream.
You can insult me,
for
but
like
don't insult
40
my
minutes.
content.
40 minutes, dude. I have seen him answer the same question 8 times.
Dude, fuck off, dude.
I don't know how that's the thing, dude. Like straight up.
And then one
7 different dude.
And then that one fucker comes in, asks the question. I tell him, and he's like, "Dude, it's just a question. Why are you mad?" Fuck you! I answered 12 times in 2 hours.
I straight up, dude. What are the odds that 7 different people from 7 different fucking continents and from different everything, dude, they joined the stream at 2-minute intervals and asked the same fucking questions? There's no way.
Dude, I don't know, man.
54. 60.
Flash, 64 flash. I'm one, I'm dead.
Dude, what's that? Cowboy Andy, dude.
I cracked someone. Seer, apparently.
We find this, right?
No, we're gassing up.
Micro pin detected.
We have double wall hack, dude.
Wait, 2 seconds. I'm going up behind him. I can't see this wall height.
You're
though.
gonna die. He's looking at
No,
you
I'm
through the
not.
window. Yeah. So
He doesn't even know what time it is.
I died. You guys aren't even close to help me.
120 on one guy. Oh no.
How do we help
I'm coming. I'm going the other way. Come on.
I died.
I'm making a portal. If you can make it to this portal, it goes inside the building.
There's no one here.
They're on the roof.
But they are.
Take the
I
portal.
died. I died.
Take the portal.
There's no one here.
Oh, inside here. Purple, blood on. Blood on crack. Blood on 30 flash. Knocked one. And then Seer purple 50 something. That's a different team and their mom.
Dude, get back, get further back. Taxi, run down left right now. You team next to us. I'm down. Come down here.
Get in the fucking room.
I am in the room.
We can't play in that room. We can't play in that room. Don't give it that much space.
Wait, I need to put medkit. I'm marking the stairs right here in front of us. He's close.
You're on roof now.
I'm scared.
Do I ult them on roof?
This guy's popping battery, Loba. Oh, right behind you.
I missed.
I keep having fat asses in my face, man. Horizon dead.
Holy fuck. Did you flash? Wraith!
In this corner.
My arc. It's gonna be big.
One team dead. I'm loading.
I got 1 KP for that.
Every time I pick out, that's 2 fat asses. Dude.
I knocked him up here.
Where?
Dude, he's pissed, dude. I bought shot headshot him, dude.
90 purple on one of them, dude.
Yo, I got a craft.
I got 8 batteries if you need.
It's not what I'm crafting. I got some bats. I need some bats too. My rose, yeah. Oh my god.
Inside.
Dude. I need help right now. I think.
It looks solo as fuck.
Dude, I don't know where I dropped my shotgun. I forgot.
He's definitely not solo. I got a few back.
There.
Bottling. 62 per.
Where are you going with that thing? I'm full healing this shit. We're not even in zone. We should probably go out and leave now.
No, we're good. We just
wasted behind us. The rest behind us. Fine.
Sausage. Man, MK movement just isn't fair.
It just isn't, dude.
It's chat room.
This chat room.
Yeah,
I
MK
can't.
movement just isn't fair.
I can't. Do you have I can't emote?
No, I don't think so.
It's a good emote. There's a batting.
It's a fucking joy emoji where he's holding his face, dude.
Oh yeah, I have that. I think I've seen it. Maybe I don't have it, but I've seen it.
It's not good, dude.
What is not good? The emote?
Yeah, dude, it's.
Lana.
Drop batteries, RPR, please.
I dropped one there. I'm
Heavy neck on the ground. Oh no, 2 bullet difference. I'm going to lose.
Got team down here, by the way. Valkyrie.
It was. I think
I can sniff her. He hasn't showered. Oh, they flew out there. Smells like crusty ass.
We're not playing this comp properly. Should be in a building right now.
That is very true. Man. You wanna go in the building now?
Yeah. Wait for zone. Okay.
I wanna kill this guy over here.
You see that thing I put down? That we need that.
Over here? I'm ready.
Yeah,
oh,
that
I hate
would
that
be
building.
W. No, that building is fine. We just hold the compound. We have caustic.
Straight up L's. I'm not
The
doing it.
compound is a W.
That is L's. The compound's L.
Let's
Right.
go.
So no.
Yeah.
We're gonna lose like to a fourth party, and Mandy's gonna say, "Yeah, I told you this was a bad idea."
Yeah, exactly. If I was the one calling shots, dude.
I don't remember ever winning a game where Mando was calling, so.
I remember not that long ago, actually.
The fucking L.
I remember not that long ago, Oscar.
Pretty sure that was
They took a drop here.
second place game, man.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
I think it was yesterday.
2 days ago, I think. I'm coming on.
Someone shoot the low. Someone
Yeah, how I can't.
Over there. 60?
Bad 0 on him.
I have 2 time now.
I wish I had 2 time instead of 3 time.
I have a 2 time.
Oh, I have a 3 time.
What am I shooting into a tree?
120 on Lobba.
I knocked one over here behind us. I'm gonna go look up real quick. Give me 2 seconds, right? I'm gonna take a quick sneaky poo up here.
I put a fucking landmine right here.
Oh, dude. Harlem Shane got a team coming from the right? Let me go look real quick.
We got a nice little special airdrop coming in. Right here, full team.
Oh, I was so close to throw him right there.
Right, they're gonna flush at someone.
I don't think what I'm doing is good right now.
Battery.
Alright, we're good.
You
I
want the
only have
battery?
2 bats, 5 cells.
シールドバッテリーを発見
No, no.
How for? Take it. Someone take the battery. Okay, now go take it. At least fucking bring it
No.
closer.
No, you take it.
I can't. I'm full.
Okay, I'll take it.
Oh my god, I'm doing the play, guys.
No, he's throwing.
No, I'm not. Don't think I'm throwing his ass.
離れて誰かに狙われてる気がする
What actually are you doing, Mandy? Like what?
No, we get. I can gatekeep the teams so they run the other way around.
Yeah, he's just gonna gatekeep 6 dudes by himself.
Fuck, 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 they're coming up left.
Why do I have a bangle? Oh, they're close to me. They're pouring on me. What is that? Why would they just run at my port like that?
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, I need help.
He's dead. I'm coming.
I gotta make it, I gotta make it. That's smart.
Come back, come back, come back. Oh, lucky. All bagging you?
They're gonna come out to choke behind us.
I'm inside.
Get the fucking house! Fuck! I was farming. Or was about to be. We still have a team coexisting with us here. You got fucking shitted on.
That guy's not cheating. There's no way he's not. I don't care. That guy's straight up fucking aimbotting. Nice, nice, nice. Just wait.
They're in a bubble, all 3 of them, dude.
Yeah, just wait for them. I'm gonna ult them after.
Dude, we have people all over.
There.
Is that
Got
theirs?
him?
Oh, mine.
There's two.
Oh, it's not one, not mine. Dude,
how are they alive?
Knock one here, knock one here, knock one here. We should push that.
Dude, they're getting get.
Teammates on the left, Mandy.
57 knockdown, dude. We should. In a way,
Hold
we're
on,
not
dude.
pushing it.
Alright, just fucking go. Just go then.
There's 3 on one guy.
Blood on his fucking shit on.
Nice.
Help me, I'm finishing his blood.
Someone took our compound.
It's fine. Are you good, Taxi?
I'm not good. They're angling me. They're angling me.
I didn't even heal.
I need help. Like bubble me.
I'm trying. I'm dying for you. Holy shit. I got a full heal. I got no medkit though.
21 guy. I got one.
Okay, this chat.
Yeah, medkit, please.
I added I
please.
can't, and the whole chat is just I can't.
Yeah, medkit, please. Please have medkit.
Yeah, here. 2.
Okay, pop. We gotta play that puck.
We gotta have sex, dude. No, we gotta kill them. It's 2.
Oh, he's only 2?
No, it's not 2. We're fucking. What I'm saying is that we gotta bubble at him.
Maybe I had 201 on Gibby, dude. Bubble right now.
I just fucking unfucked. I just fucked up.
Well, this is fucked.
We gotta push him, but then push the guy.
He already healed. I cracked another one.
Fuck. Oh my god.
Oh, the 201 on Gibby.
Dude, I 0.1 second from Beth, dude, and I accidentally canceled it. I was so fucking ready.
Yeah, if you bubble and I gave you proper on the right side, we kill him for sure. Yeah, 24 health actually.
Damn.
Yeah, now chat spam. Yeah, Manda's fault, Taxi's fault. No, I think it's my fault. No, how about we just blame Imperial Hal chat and we're done. We go next.
That's true. That's true. That's pretty true.
If it is anyone's fault, it's Mandy's for fucking making us push that. It's so dumb.
That was a good push.
Nope.
That was straight up a crazy push. If we all three just went on the Oxygen on the right side, if we just fucking wipe that guy, we farm him.
No.
That is true.
I tried to save you. I turned around with no health. Almost died for you. I don't think they were saving you unless we had a bubble.
Nope.
Quick games. I'm done for that. Dude, my left eye is fucking my ass. Zeba, how can you say that skin freaks you out when it's Shibuya House screen? How can you even say that? How dare you disrespect our Lord and Savior Shibuya Hall? I will fight you first. Was ignored? What'd I do? What'd I ignore? It's just creepy. How is it creepy?
I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. You guys ready to win this or what?
Yeah, just like how we won the last one. Let's go. Woohoo.
I won the last game. That was a dub for me. That's W.
I'm going here. You won the fight, that's for sure. I'm in the middle and I might get shit on. Why do grey knockdowns still spawn? Cringe game.
I don't know. You guys ready to fucking push these motherfuckers or what?
Yeah. I am. I don't know if Taxi is. I think Taxi's not pushing, he's holding. I think it's two teams, by the way.
There's not. No way.
We got scanned from below, didn't we?
No. Guy right here.
I can't see.
There's Nate. It's gotta be crazy. Or
you know what would be crazy if I hit
9.
him?
Shoot that wingman's ass. That's all I have to say.
White armor on that guy. I think there's a blood on.
You wanna jump down? Mr. Taxi.
Taxi, hello? Are you muted? Like,
no.
What are we doing? Do you have thoughts?
Me? I'm fucking being chilling. I'm jamming.
Oh.
That is not yours.
That is mine.
Hope you know that. Hope you know that. That is not yours.
I'm never giving you another fucking master in your life ever again.
Boom! Dude.
Cringe lord.
You'll see. As soon as I pop off with this, you'll understand why I have it.
They're down there.
Oh my god.
Did we mistake it? I popped the gas.
The gas is gone on its edge. I burned it.
Oh, you burned your own gas? Rip.
I say we jump and go under the opposite side.
And
go here.
Guys, a little bit ahead of me.
Hurry up then.
I'm blinded by the lights.
Okay.
Team Tidium. Tidium is now Tidium. Nice. Oh.
It's looted.
Yeah, there are people fighting here. This guy right there, I think.
That one Irish, man.
That shit sucks. My brother.
Don't play Valorant anymore. Chamber, heard of.
Okay, they're all in front of us.
They're all one shot.
Yeah, triple headshot and well.
How are they alive?
Because I don't know what game.
I think it's Taxi's fault.
Who in a car? Yeah. Someone in a car. From Bunjai.
Hit the button. Someone's running at us.
Where?
Yeah, in my fucking asshole.
Armor swaps on me up here. Never mind.
I don't want biting him.
Go inside, go inside, go inside.
That guy was straight behind the wall for like 50% of the time he was shooting me.
Real quick. 2 seconds on medkit.
Oh, okay.
100 on raid. I'm glad that I heard everything there.
Don't care, I'm vibing.
I'm blinded by the lights. I'll be honest with you, I think that right there was RPR's fault. The first team we didn't kill because Taxi. First team we didn't kill because Taxi. I think the second time we died was because of RPR.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not you 1v3ing them or what?
Oh no. It couldn't be.
It's me, right? Me healing in the back, that's the problem there. Not Bandit trying to 1v3 at Devotion and dying.
You should have triple headshot him.
I didn't get to shoot, man. I got Devo for all my health. He pulled up with the turbo Devo. He just What's up, Adam? Oh yeah, that's a dream blast? Yeah, sure, it's only a dream. Surely it's only a dream, right?
Oh yeah, baby.
Woo! Shit. Square. Square.
I don't know where we're going.
I don't think we're going. Land here? Let's land here. No one's here. They're here, but it's only one team right there. We can take all of this and smack them.
Land here.
Bad chest. I freaking love phase driving.
Please don't swear while we're playing.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say freak again.
Please don't say that again.
Ooh. Blue armor. I'm
I'm getting dead sliced up the wazoo, dude. The blue armor.
70 blue.
Blue? Doing arcs at us? No.
70. Pass.
What armor?
7 blue. 2 of them. I've only seen 2 so far.
Wicked.
Can we get a purple armor here real quick? Huh? What's that?
16 blue.
Red one.
Ow.
Gold helmet, Charlie. Gold helmet.
This guy armor sword blue are right above you, man.
Dead?
He's right, I believe. 60 blue, something blue.
Yeah, right here. Hit 50, hit 50. I cracked him.
Armor sword.
He's aping, jumping on the right. But no, he didn't jump, he did not jump.
They have an AFK, bro.
You do?
Yes, right here.
He's low?
I knocked the AFK. This fucking mouth is hard crack.
I cracked him.
Oh.
The last one back here.
I'm shooting the guy behind.
Just finishing kills. I'm guessing the Pat Pro just dipped.
Oh, he died.
Wait, Pat died? Who killed Pat?
Didn't you?
No.
I didn't kill Pat.
I didn't kill him. I was killing the Nox.
You killed someone here.
Yeah,
that's the AFK. Maggie.
Welcome.
Okay. Then he's not dead.
I don't know where he went. Finished.
Look at this building.
He has to be. None of the bins in the right are looted.
He could have fucking dipped easy this way. Because I thought you killed him on the roof.
And nope, he's still here with arcs fucking in.
He's one. Profasa.
Fuck, I lost all my attachments. Fuck! I swapped the wrong weapon, now I'm sad.
Ping a car if you see one.
I saw one before, but...
Chat, where's the car?
We get 3-1.
Where's the back seating when you need it? Fucking dog shit.
Take this.
I have Sentinel 3-1 right now, it's not very poggers actually.
I want a 3-1.
Please, SZ taxi. SZ the taxi.
Taxi, a drink star.
Do you kick Taishin?
Right now? Oh, yeah, 100%. Just right now. Just for this one game.
Right here.
Another golden helmet.
Oh, you out there. Big helmet.
Fucking fighting a pixel and dude.
I don't know, for playing and building, don't you guys think we have a lot of action?
Oh yeah.
Wait, who the fuck just shot right there?
I'm gonna get that boosted low, dude.
Yeah,
Oh, like it was behind us.
There's a gold helmet.
It's like people just kind of like gravitate towards it.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but let's head into a building. Let's go.
Let me just find out
Cover me.
helmet real quick. Would love a 301 by the way. I'm on Alpmeter.
チャンピオンを判断シールドをリチャージしないと
People always think when streamers call out fucking stream sniping, it's copium, bro. But like, you can really fucking feel the difference, bro. Doesn't necessarily even have to be stream sniping. It can also be just fucking perfect sniping.
Another helmet if you're failing. Giving double dome.
Double dome. There should be an heirloom grade helmet.
I need a better shotgun. I have the Eva.
Same.
I have no shotgun.
Get in the car.
新しいキルリーダーね気をつけて
The compound. Final for the 301 as well.
What are you eating?
Tomato pasta with this fucking cheese with something inside the cheese. It was like
good explanation.
I don't. It feel. Wait, who
People
the fuck
in
plays
Horizon.
Horizon?
Not us, man. There's obviously people here.
Next to us.
On the roof, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
レプリケーターが来るわ
Right above me then. Yes, I use your butt, Sibu.
Juice.
Okay, drop.
Did they leave? Or they just camping us? Oh, they're there. That guy's stream sniping like what? What? Alright, cool. I'm gonna kill it.
What did I? What? How did I get stuck?
I don't know. I'm bugging medkit. On my door. On my fucking door. Eating my ass. I'm bugging medkit. They're gonna get 30, we just gotta hold.
50 on path. 50 on path.
On the stairs? I think the only safe spot is on me here, dude.
Up in the path.
100 dead on under. Bash.
Going. I'm aping.
Okay. Yeah, inside now. Horizon low. Cracked all of them all.
Good per long as well.
Oh, people here.
Okay.
Fuck, I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
Push up. Oh, there are two here.
Do that.
We can maybe get roof.
Or we can fuck them.
Yeah, but heal first.
Killing.
We're getting turret. I'm fucking dead.
I got 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Thank you.
Holding on me. We gotta figure out.
I only have shotgun.
This way.
We have to fight inside. Chill here up here and heal. On me.
I'm good on me.
I think they left our building. I don't
Yeah,
know.
they did.
Yeah, they did.
Fucking hell.
This team with the triple tech is so split. Like their Oak team is really close, but everyone else is like far up the hill.
I accidentally picked up a fucking thing mid-fight.
What?
Pitfire.
Oh.
How do you do that?
Because I saw red, I just boom, instant took it. Because there was a fucking grab.
This guy
my
is,
god.
He's got an unhealthy obsession with Kraven.
Crazy.
Go. The fact that we're alive is honestly, I just want to kill this Loba team at this point.
They took the crab, or not the crab, the
only thing we're left is something caustic.
No. Where's my shotgun ammo?
They juiced it all.
Also, those Horizon ults so far, do you see that? They're so insane. Horizon ult is probably the most broken ult in the game.
Yeah, they should nerf it more.
God, fuck it, I'm playing Spitfire. Spitfire 3-1. Am I? Yeah, I am.
It's almost like you can shoot the Horizon ult before it even like
talking?
Activates. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
You can stop the suck by the fuck.
That Pathfinder was hitting on the whatever, the window.
With him? Oh yeah.
The angle is annoying as shit.
Cheeto.
So 2-timer? Back to back champion?
Alright, let's go zone. Back to our this building now.
Two teams over here.
Should wait for me a bit, so I don't die.
I have a lot of K pistol. You wanna play this again or what?
We should play the other combat, bro, honestly.
I have no K pistol, buggers.
No wait, we should actually play here, that's winning.
There's a guy outside here.
We could third party this.
You have sugar rotation?
Two guys in front of us here. Raid hit 100 something.
I ult their rock.
I'm batting. Pushing on left, taxi. Sliding. They wanna kill me.
Crack one.
60
in front of you guys.
I'm popping medkit.
Big ult.
Nice.
I'm burning. I have to bat.
Yeah, no problem.
Shit spot to fight. Really shit spot to fight, but whatever.
Yeah, zone's moving as well. If we pull
Yeah,
back,
we can kill them fast. Kill them fast.
Yeah. Fuck has one shot.
I'm porting him out.
Wait, okay. Yeah, you gotta fucking board. Out. Did you coming on the side?
Yeah, I'm just dead. She got the bat off, but no, nothing, like no indicator, no nothing. So fucking cringe, bro.
Do you have a heat shield?
On my box and in the corner, two in the corner, healing. Shoot him, it's straight in the corner.
I can see the corner from here.
Okay.
I'm insta bubbling, eh?
Yeah. Bubble, no.
Yeah, I got it.
We gotta kill this team.
Wait, what was that?
Well, how are these nades going in? You have heat shield?
No.
We're dead then.
Yep.
I knocked one, but I'm gonna knock two. Last guy on me. No, all dead. Selfridge.
Low ult for heat shield, low ult for heat shield, or my
No,
box.
I can't make it.
They win on Selfridge, are you fucking kidding me? They're all dead.
Oh.
I mean, realistically, we should have just went to the compound. Yo, Saru, 2 months. Welcome back.
At least just rest these guys. They have 1 KP, 1K pistol.
Thank you, Saru, for 2
Holy
months.
shit.
Welcome back. How you doing? God, my left eye is just like not really cooperating with me right now at all.
I feel like carrying heat shields over reses come in handy 99% of the times.
No, it should be 2 heat shield, one respawn beacon.
I go fuck you and get water.
If you're playing ranked.
I'm getting water, be right back.
You see, apparently everyone got a letter in the mail in EU that if that they can get called into like military or some shit if anything happens with the Russia stuff. Yeah.
Right, we're back 1 sec. Why man is worrying about Russia? Why is man worrying about Russia? What's happening? Also, do we not have any music playing? Is this what I've become? Music streamer? I went below PT, below the bubble. I'm guessing. What people? Man, you were talking about people in EU getting letters to get drafted for what?
I heard that. Yeah, people in EU are getting letters to get drafted.
For what? For
military letters. If something happens with Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, okay, bro. I'm be like, no, I'm good.
I'm chilling, dude. I'm not trying to play COD RL, dude. I'm chilling at home.
Yeah, like, yeah, you know what? I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be, you know, us drafted, but fucking our military, right? There's no way civilians are gonna get drafted.
Isn't that what happened in World War, though?
Yeah, but that's a world fucking war. This is Russia versus Ukraine, bro, not World War.
I heard some shit about the US and stuff stepping in, you know?
Yeah, well, US is, they always want to tap into every fucking war, dude. If US taps in, that's gonna make it a world war, and then we're fucked.
Dude, I ain't. If they show up to the door, they knock, dude. They're like, "Hey, man, it's time." I'm straight up breaking my leg in front of them. Hey, I can't walk, dude. Not lucky.
I'll have a gun.
Shit, bitch.
I'll have a gun at home just so I can show myself in the leg in front and be like, "Look, I can't walk."
Unwalkable, dude.
The first thing happens when war starts, civilians get drafted. But don't we have enough military? Why the fuck are civilians getting drafted? Yeah, bro, I can't go. I have this thing called Omega Brain Delay. It's like I see, but I can't react. You know, gotta get someone else.
I'm pretty sure you can tell them that you don't want to carry a gun.
Yeah, religious reasons.
Or, yeah, true. I'll just turn religious real quick. Fucking hell, dude. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure you can be like, yo, I don't want to touch the gun. Did they just send you out fucking barehanded or what?
They make you a medic, I think. Yeah,
they're not straight up bubble resting you mid battlefield, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Oh my god.
I don't know, man. Hopefully there's gonna be no war, but
yeah, that was fucking suck.
I sure as hell ain't getting drafted, bro. I'll fight the officers that come to my door, bro.
I can fight them too. I can fight them all, I think.
Yeah.
I probably want. I'd say I can probably only win 7 military folk at the same time. I can take 7 people, 7v1. Probably. There's a team right here. We're landing a little bit late. That's okay.
Just a little bit.
I got purple armor, so that's okay.
My left eye twitching is not very progress at all.
Dude, are you stressed out?
Okay.
I just
got shot by 2 people.
Cheating?
Nope, not cheating.
You better.
Yep. Here, charge rifle, Pathfinder. CK also.
There's a guy literally.
Pathfinder hacking.
Oh, dude, this guy walking, jumping, dude. Like, he's just the best winner player. The big Polo, dude. Who the fuck is that?
You got killed by the North Boris Puggers.
North, oh yeah, true. North team.
Real North, dude.
Oh, my bad. I think it's time to switch. I think it's time to switch characters up a little bit, you know? There. I think. Alright. Here. This is what we do then. Straight up, Gnaski is the first guy getting drafted there to sit fucking on the drones. Guys, I'm scanning. Guys, if you look straight right, Sergeant Peterson, there's a guy sitting with like a knife out. If you peek right, boom, shoot, you got him, okay?
Making up some weird ass fucking strats.
Holy shit. Okay, listen here. Guys, I wanna attach a grenade to my drone, dude. Okay, like 3, 2, 1. Fucking hell, man.
Arc Star the drone, dude. Do you think Arc Stars exist? Like the nades?
No. What would that be? A shuriken with lightning in it?
Shuriken, like when it sticks, it explodes.
I don't know. Semtex grenades exist, right?
Yeah. The stick grenades.
That must be fucking disgusting, dude.
Dying
some random motherfucker just threw a random nade and it sticks you. You're trying to rip that shit off. It's just GG's, dude.
You can't get it off you, and that's how you die, dude. Motherfucker threw a nade and you just got stuck with it.
I actually had a guy in my old school when I was, I think I was 7th grade, that came out and spoke about military and stuff.
Yeah.
And he showed us footage of like shots like flying like straight next to his head and stuff.
Holy shit.
And how scared it was, and how he saw his best friend get blown up in front of him too.
Damn.
Yeah. It was crazy.
It's not very poggers at all, man. War sucks, man. I don't know why people would ever want to go to war. Only big ass...
War equals money, dude.
Old ass politicians that fucking are about to fucking die out in 20 fucking years want to start wars because they're bored out of their mind and they want to ruin young people's lives.
Hey, dude. Preach. Tell them, RPR, tell them.
Fucking, that's why I feel like there should be a law that you are not allowed to be like in a position of power if you're like over 50 years old or something. They should just swap them.
Instant swap?
Yeah, just if you're over 50, you're done. Because then the government will be younger and shit will be, I feel like, a lot better. Everyone in politics would be younger and shit.
No.
Nothing worse than a bunch of 60-year-olds in the parliament fucking deciding the fate of your fucking life when they're about to be dead in 5 years from some fucking heart attack because they've been fucking feeding off people's taxes for 40 years in their life. Then the laws would be better because the motherfuckers would, you know, end up not being politicians after a certain point and have to like go back into society and be, you know, normal humans. Thanks.
What happened to the queues?
Everyone fucking died, including us. It's fine, I have food, so I don't care.
You guys feel like airstrafing is nerfed?
Man, that you're asking the right questions.
You don't feel it, RPR?
I do feel like movement's a bit weird since the new patch. I feel like
Mandy,
I don't fly as much.
Yeah, what's up?
Could be just.
You feel like airstrafing is nerfed?
I don't know. A little bit. Sometimes it feels weird. In certain situations, it feels weird.
You don't feel weird all the time?
Well,
not all the time.
Outside the game, yeah.
BRBing, definitely.
That's what you're doing. You're airstrafing.
I mean, I think the movement has been a little bit weird ever since the new patch. Now, don't know exactly what it was, but definitely feels different. And it probably has to do something with the punch boosting that I meant.
No, it's just a byproduct of that, but...
Oh yeah, I was saying.
Yeah.
And if they did fuck it up, they're never gonna fix it. That's for sure.
No, they will never.
Because they don't care about movement. They don't care about movement unless it's removing movement.
さあ俺たちなら勝てるやるぞ正しく理解しろ死こそが真の試練だ
Are you guys gonna play Elden Ring when it comes out?
I wanna keep it for the Stobaton, but maybe.
The game looks so good, dude.
But is Elden Ring like a game of its own, or is it a continuation?
Game of its own.
So you don't need prior knowledge.
No, doesn't have the intuitive to do with anything with Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3.
Maybe I'll do it then.
It's crazy. It is insane.
How long is it? It's pretty long.
Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Nobody knows, but it's open world compared to like more like a
kind of God of War.
No, it's more open world than God of War.
Really?
Way more. Way more.
It's just
wait.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I still need to finish God of War. I'm so close.
Up here, split off.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you say?
I need to finish God of War. I'm so close. I just didn't get to it.
Wait, you didn't finish it yet?
Yeah, I didn't get to it. Ever since I... Oh, they're fucking on.
Get a weapon, they're coming. On you?
Two on me.
Is it two?
That's one, right?
Let him knock.
Below here. That's a different team. Two guys on left here. What's on crack? It's three guys down there.
Red?
Oh, here.
One on one here. Crack, what's him? How the fuck are you hitting that?
Crack. Low, very low. Bang one, bang one.
Come on. Wait,
I did 441 damage. Roof and under. Like on outside. Okay, last one was roof, I think.
This guy right here. It's hit for 100.
I need a medkit or something.
More
They're
people,
coming.
more people.
No way, I got a fucking death star right there.
20 seconds on bubble. Oh, these guys are really bad.
I'm slow healing.
I'm probably dead here. I can't slide. Holy fuck. On the outside, please.
Oh, fuck.
You probably didn't have audio. There's no audio there.
Yeah, no zero.
That's zero.
Holy shit! This Watson's cracked, bro.
Dude, this guy's the best fucking player in the world. Straight up. Dude, I don't even get to fucking do anything, like... I'm just getting killed by aim assist, dude. That's the name.
Yeah, I did not hear
Popped
that
off
Watson. I did not hear that Watson on my door at all, bro.
Yeah, you can't hear anything outside when you're in that room.
It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Damn.
So that's the story of Elden Ring. Like, summary.
I haven't watched a lot.
Do they tell you, like, is it like a trailer?
There's trailers for it. You watch some trailers and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know.
Is it a Steam game?
Yeah, they just came out. IGN and stuff are rating it right now. Everyone's giving them perfect score, 10 out of 10 so far.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is like the most hyped up game since fucking forever.
Crazy.
ちたければついてきて。
いつでも行ける。エントロピーは宇宙の秩序だ。私はその反応を早めているに過ぎない。
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。痛みや死になどひるみはしない。
Okay, let's go, baby. Back to Oasis. One more time. We win this. It's fine.
降下する。こらえて。
One team, all right building, and one team all left building. Two teams.
Nice. Yeah, I think I'm done after that.
Get the fucking PK off, Reb.
I had 2 PKs on blue armor, and I had like range to take it, and I couldn't take it.
Behind you, behind you.
$109 on that guy.
Hold on.
Vanish minister.
Yeah, yeah. 105, give me here.
I need that banner, but they're gonna sit in it.
Oh, he's gonna fucking burn big time. Oh my god, how's he not die?
Pushing you, pushing you, pushing you.
Behind you.
Shit, I didn't know that. Nice.
There's no way they waited on your banner for 10 seconds.
Another watching team.
Where'd you die?
On the door. Like a little bit in.
Go up the other side, take the car. Maybe too late now.
Sex with them.
Is that declaration fucking Jesus?
There's no way.
Anonym. Thank you for the raid.
See?
Dude. Oh my god.
I'm gonna get off.
Understandable.
Don't blame me.
I don't feel like waiting for fucking Mendo and Aiden anymore. I'm off. Peace.
Yeah, peace.
What now?
You wanna ask Mr. T if he wants to play or what?
Yeah, fuck it, ask him. Yeah, thank you so much, Anonym, for the raid. And no, we were already there. Don't worry. Hope your stream was good. Welcome everyone. I appreciate you. We already dead.
I don't know how long will you be playing? I don't know. I don't know if I won't be playing for like fucking 4 more hours type shit. You know?
Oh no, definitely not. I'm already 7 deep.
I'll play for like maybe like 2 max.
Yeah, I'm done for that. Let me put my plate away real quick. Right back.
I'm gonna go pee. Like fucking gameplay on in the background, dude. All I wanna do is and take your money and take your money. Did Tashin say anything?
I am back. I am back. So what's happening?
I know, I asked. I don't know if you said anything.
Me?
I asked him.
Shida in my chat says that Tashin said he gotta go soon, less than an hour.
Alright. Fuck it, dude.
We call it?
Hey. You ready to say fuck Apex or what?
I mean, good grind today, minus 200 or 300.
That's pretty big. I'll say that.
That's a decent grind.
Yeah.
I'm down to rip it.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
Yo, GG's. Dang.
See you tomorrow. Peace. Dude, what a great grind today, chat. I know we just got raided, but it's time to go. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for everything. Thank you guys for all the follows. But yeah, time to go. Let's host this bottom. Host in bottom? Yeah, let's host bottom. Alright, let's host bottom. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow as per usual. I'll try and get a little bit earlier because tomorrow at 6 PM I'm done. And I'm working out at 6 PM instead of today. I wasn't working out, so I'll let it rip a little harder. But yeah, tomorrow I'll try and go a little bit earlier. And yeah. Peace out, everyone. See you guys. Bye bye.